Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the starship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission: to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. 55 years ago, on September the 8th, 1966, those words premiered Star Trek to the masses. Star Trek is a franchise that has long been one of my favourites. It has had a profound impact on modern culture and media. Pretty much everyone with exposure to Western pop culture has heard of the Starship Enterprise, and the series predicted and possibly inspired the development of things such as the PC, the tablet, flip cell phones, natural language AI, automatic doors, and more decades before their original invention. The first African-American woman in space was inspired to become an astronaut because of Nichelle Nichols, her role in Star Trek. The space shuttle was named after the iconic USS Enterprise, and as is Virgin Galactic's first commercial spacecraft. It is also the franchise that led to fandom culture as we know it today. Star Trek, when it began to pick up steam in syndication, fans organised conventions, wrote fan fiction, dressed in costumes, and made enough noise to keep the franchise going despite numerous cancellations. Star Trek is one of my favourite franchises ever, and if you're willing to join me, I would like to explain why I think Star Trek is so good and give everyone a guide, hopefully, to the best that Star Trek has to offer. So I'll start with a broad overview of what Star Trek is. As I said, most people are probably aware of elements of Star Trek at the very least, such as the USS Enterprise, Captain Kirk, Spock, maybe Captain Picard, maybe some of the other things. I'm not sure. We'll see as we go along. Star Trek was originally created by Gene Roddenberry. As I explained in the last episode, it was picked up by Desilu Productions under Lucille Ball. It aired on NBC and it began airing September 8th, 1966. The first season had quite a few episodes. I think it has the most episodes of any season in the first one, which is 30 odd. There were 2 original pilots produced before the series was officially picked up. The first one featured Jeffrey Hunter as Captain Pike and was the less well received. So several things were changed, including the addition of William Shatner as the new Captain Kirk. The second pilot, Where No Man Has Gone Before, prompted the order to series, and then the episode originally aired, I believe the first episode was The Man Trap, with Where No Man Has Gone Before airing as the 3rd or 4th episode of this series originally. The original series followed the crew of the Starship Enterprise on a 5-year mission to explore deep space. Gene Roddenberry cited such inspiration as Horatio Hornblower, the novels, the television series, the Western series Wagon Train, and the novel Gulliver's Travels. The idea being that each week the Enterprise would find itself in a new situation, possibly against new alien races, and have some sort of new problem to overcome. He had a writing team with him, including Gene Coon, DC Fontana. Other notable science fiction authors of the day contributed episodes, including Harlan Ellison. And yes, Star Trek went on to be a pretty big success. It was one of the first shows to air in colour and was designed for that. The uniforms were very bright, very colourful, in the red, blue, and what was filmed as green but was shown on television as gold of the uniform for Captain Kirk. Kirk and his first officer Spock, played by Leonard Nimoy, were the two main members of the cast. DeForest Kelley as Dr. McCoy, also known as Bones, became the main cast member added to the third season, but there were several prominent recurring roles, including James Doohan as Montgomery Scott, the chief engineer, Nichelle Nichols, a black woman who was playing the communications officer of the USS Enterprise, and was once told not to leave the show by Martin Luther King himself, who said that having her there on television was a brilliant example of showing what the future could be for the black people, which I thought was fantastic and worth mentioning here. George Takei, a member, someone who had been imprisoned in an American internment camp during World War II, played a Japanese helm officer of Hikaru Sulu. Again, another prominent piece of casting showing that in the future of the Federation and Star Trek, humanity would be united and not divided, which was one of Gene Roddenberry's visions for the series. It was a Star Trek and the Federation was a series that promoted working together and science over religion, and where everyone was treated equal. It was set in a post-scarcity world, I suppose we could argue. There was no real scrabbling for resources. The most prominent resource they were ever trying to find was dilithium. The second season premiered in 1967, I believe. The second season was not quite as successful, didn't have quite as many episodes, quite a few less fan favourite episodes. It did, however, include the debut of Walter Koenig as Pavel Chekhov, a Russian officer who worked as navigator on the Enterprise. Again, this was being shown during the height of the Cold War in the late 60s. This was prominent casting showing that at some point we will be past petty squabbles of race and country, and we would all work together. The series was going to be cancelled after the second season. However, an enormous letter campaign organised by fans, some of the first Star Trek fans who had produced fanzines and were holding conventions, organised a huge letter writing campaign which saw the series get extended for a third and what would be a final season. The third season of the original series is not as good as the previous two, but it's not terrible. There are some good redeeming episodes in it. However, the series was cancelled due to declining viewership. However, the series had reached enough episodes to go into syndication. Syndication, for my non-American listeners, basically means that the show would be run on television repeatedly. It would be, something used to fill time. What this then led to was somewhat of a resurgence in Star Trek in the early 70s, which prompted, I believe it was 1972, 73, the animated series of Star Trek, which was handled by Filmation. Filmation are known for being notoriously cheap in their animation style, but they did bring 6 of the original actors from the television series back. Walter Koenig was the one who did not make the cut, but William Shatner, Leonard Nimoy, DeForest Kelley, James Doohan, Nichelle Nichols and George Takei all did, and thus reprised their roles in several episodes of that television series. The animated series ran for 2 seasons, although altogether they make 22 episodes. The second season is only 6 episodes. However, it does include probably the best episode of the bunch, which is an episode called Yesteryear, focusing on Spock's youth. Spock was a Vulcan. He was the prominent non-human member of the crew. Vulcans were a race known for being coldly logical and lacking emotion. However, Spock was half human, and certain episodes did grapple with that. Leonard Nimoy has been off and on throughout the years about his portrayal of Spock as to whether he enjoyed it or not. I believe that it was a brief period in the 80s where he tried to distance himself with the book I Am Not Spock, trying to say that he was more than Spock, but then later embraced it with a follow-up novel, follow-up biography called I Am Spock. So, Leonard Nimoy always tried to make sure that every time he returned as Spock, he was developing the character as well. As I said, the resurgence in the early 70s led to multiple attempts to try and get a new Star Trek project up off the ground with the original writing team, including Gene Roddenberry. However, it was the planned Phase 2 television series never actually materialised. But then Star Wars happened in 1977, prompting the film studio, I believe Paramount, who owned the rights to Star Trek at the time, to put a feature film into development. That feature film was based on one of the aborted Phase 2 scripts and was called The Motion Picture. It was written and directed by Gene Roddenberry, and he appointed, directed by Robert Wise, but the involvement of Gene Roddenberry was very heavy. The film was known for its fantastic special effects, but somewhat derided for its rather slow pace. However, it was a success at the box office, which prompted a sequel. The sequel was directed by Nicholas Meyer and featured behind-the-scenes involvement of Harve Bennett, who would go on to work on a majority of the remaining movies in the franchise, especially the ones featuring the original cast, and served as a sequel to an episode of the original series by bringing back Ricardo Montalban as the villain Khan in the movie Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Wrath of Khan was made for a fraction of the budget of the motion picture, despite not looking like any costs had been cut. In fact, it's a very brilliant film. It still holds up today, I believe. And went on to become a very, very big success as a result. This then led to some following films, including Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home in 1986, which features a dedication to the crew of the Challenger, who had recently passed before the film was released. And Star Trek The Final Frontier, directed by William Shatner, not quite as successfully as the previous two films, which had been directed by Leonard Nimoy. However, all of them continued to make money, and as a result, Star Trek was brought back to the big screen, brought back to the small screen, I should say, not the big screen, with the release of Star Trek The Next Generation. Star Trek The Next Generation premiered in 1989 and ran for 7 years. It is generally considered, I believe some people do consider it more successful than the original series, purely as it ran for longer. It was also a very, very good series. It launched Patrick Stewart as Captain Jean-Luc Picard, who he'd had a very successful British theatre and television career, but this did sort of somewhat cement him as a major player in American television and film. The crew was rounded out with other prominent supporting characters, including the android Commander Data, played by Brent Spiner, and the Klingon officer Worf, played by Michael Dorn, as well as his first officer, Commander Riker, played by Jonathan Frakes, the Doctor, Beverly Crusher, played by Gates McFadden, and the ship's counselor, Deanna Troi, who was played by Marina Sirtis. And then finally, LeVar Burton from Roots, who appeared as initially the ship's pilot before later being given the role of chief engineer as Geordie LaForge. Next Generation was released in first run syndication, which essentially meant that it was immediately syndicated by smaller networks throughout the US, which meant it picked up a very prominent following despite some initial pushback on its differences to the original series. But it was generally quite well received, especially as the show continued to gain momentum. It introduced some many prominent features which made their way into pop culture, including the Borg, a cyborg enemy race who, in one amazing episode storyline, assimilated Captain Jean-Luc Picard into their collective as the being Locutus and used him against the Federation before he was saved, as well as the Cardassians, a group of sort of frill-necked space Nazis almost, and the Ferengi, a group of large-eared, very comical villains. As well as finally the being Q, played expertly by John Delancey, who only appears in a handful of episodes throughout the series, but every single one is fascinating to watch, and his portrayal is incredible as a foil for Picard. In 1993, the success of Next Generation, despite the death of Gene Roddenberry only a couple of years previously, led to the launch of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Star Trek Deep Space Nine was centered around a space station. It featured a black captain, well, not even captain at first. He was Commander Benjamin Sisko, and he was played by Avery Brooks. Avery Brooks had been famous on American television at the time for the role of Hawk. His crew included a mishmash of characters, including Chief O'Brien, who was a supporting character played by Cole Meany on The Next Generation, who graduated over to become Deep Space Nine's chief engineer. The actor now known as Alexander Siddig, although at the time he was originally Siddig El Fadil, he was credited as, who is incidentally Malcolm McDowell's nephew, a British actor who became the doctor of the station, Julian Bashir. Nana Visitor, who played Major at first and then later Colonel Kieran Reese, and Terry Farrell, who played Jadzia Dax, the science officer. And finally, René Auberjonois as the station's chief security officer, who was a shapeshifter known only as Odo. Several other characters filled out the cast, including child actor Cirroc Lofton as Benjamin Sisko's son Jake, and Armin Shimmerman as the Ferengi salesman Quark. Star Trek Deep Space Nine later added Michael Dorn to the cast after the end of Star Trek The Next Generation as his character Worf, making Worf the character who has appeared in the most episodes of Star Trek ever. Deep Space Nine was a success. It was very, very different in tone to the series that came before it. It took on a lot of lasting, lingering storylines and more concentrated character development than The Next Generation had been allowed. Gene Roddenberry was quite famous for saying that he didn't want interpersonal conflicts within the crew as part of his vision for what the Federation was. Now, a lot of the writers felt that kind of hampered their creativity. So by having more civilians on the crew, in the cast, and as well as non-Starfleet officers and characters in the supporting cast, they were able to create more conflict. The show was notable for including some very, very prominent supporting characters, including, as the show went on, Andrew Robinson as the former Cardassian spy Garrick, Aaron Eisenberg as Jake's best friend and then the first Ferengi in Starfleet, Nog, and the charismatic Cardassian villain Gul Dukat, played by Mark Alimo. And then in 1995, a few months after the end of The Next Generation, we saw the debut of Star Trek Voyager. Voyager was again another spin-off. It featured this time a ship led by a female captain, Captain Catherine Janeway, played by Kate Mulgrew. Her ship, while chasing a ship of terrorists known as the Marquis, ended up stranded on the far side of the galaxy, light years, 70 years worth of travel away from the Federation, their allies, and anything that they could reasonably call home. Forced to work together, the two crews, led by Janeway and the Marquis captain Chakotay, played by Robert Beltran, had to bring their disparate crew together and try and return home. Voyager is, again, another very good series. It's a bit more in tone closer to Star Trek The Next Generation than it is to Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine by this point was starting towards some very, very dark storylines, and Voyager, as the main primetime flagship show, kind of took up the sort of drop-in, drop-out ability that TNG had, where there was, The Next Generation had, where there was not a lot of lasting changes to the crew or characters. The main exception would be the addition of the Borg crew member 7 of 9, played by Jerry Ryan in the 4th season. As these series all ran their course, the original Star Trek crew got a final send-off film in The Undiscovered Country, which premiered in 1991, before the Next Generation crew took to the big screen following the conclusion of their series in 1994, with 4 feature films: Star Trek Generations in 1994, Star Trek The First Contact, which again featured the return of the Borg and acted as a sequel to the episode of Picard's assimilation in a similar way to Wrath of Khan. In 1996, Star Trek Insurrection in 1998, and Star Trek Nemesis as one of the last entries in the franchise, in the Next Generation era of the franchise, I should say, in Star Trek Nemesis in 2002, airing just after the end of Star Trek Voyager. However, after Star Trek Voyager ended in 2001, a prequel series was launched, Star Trek Enterprise, featuring the first Federation ship to bear the name, a century before Kirk. The captain of this show was Captain Jonathan Archer, played by Scott Bakula of Quantum Leap fame. It had a smaller cast than some of the other shows, attempting to go back to a more central power trio that the original series had embodied, and was generally a pretty good series. However, it never reached the heights of approval that the previous series did, and was cancelled in 2005 at the end of its 4th season. The cancellation, as with the original series, was met with, the news of the cancellation was met with a massive writing campaign. However, it did not work, and the series was cancelled, bringing an end to what at the time had been almost a constant 18 years of Star Trek on television. I got the dates wrong earlier when I said that Next Generation premiered in 1989. It didn't, and it was 1987. My bad. However, Enterprise would not be the last installment of Star Trek. In 2009, a reboot to the film series, helmed by J.J. Abrams, starring Chris Pine as Captain Kirk, Zachary Quinto as Spock, Carl Urban as Dr. McCoy, as well as a supporting cast of Zoe Saldana as Uhura, John Cho as Sulu, and Simon Pegg as Scotty, as well as the late Anton Yelchin as Chekhov, saw a resurgence of the Star Trek series when they embarked upon a trilogy of films. That trilogy later became known as the Kelvin trilogy, simply because among the fan base, that is, because the trilogy of films take place in an alternate reality, not removing the original from continuity by rebooting it, but existing next to it and alongside it, in a way that Star Trek had allowed other alternate universes to exist within the main time frame of the series during the events of certain episodes. The 3 films were, as I said, the reboot in 2009, which saw the universe get dramatically altered with the destruction of Vulcan. And then Star Trek Into Darkness, which saw Benedict Cumberbatch play a brand new version of Khan. And then finally Star Trek Beyond, which launched for the franchise's 50th anniversary 5 years ago in July 2016. Star Trek Beyond was directed by Justin Lin. The other 2 were directed by J.J. Abrams. All 3 of them were successful and saw Star Trek return to television barely a year after the end of Star Trek Beyond, with the television show Star Trek Discovery. Star Trek Discovery became part of what is a streaming revival of Star Trek. It airs on Paramount Plus in America. Is distributed in Netflix in most other territories. It was famous for its main character, like Deep Space Nine before it, not being a captain, but rather the commander, Michael Burnham, played by Sonequa Martin Green. It also features Doug Jones as Saru, Anthony Rapp as Science Officer Stamets, Mary Wiseman as Ensign Tilly, and Shazad Latif as the character of Ash Tyler. It also then featured Jason Isaacs as the character of Captain Lorca in Season 1, and Anson Mount returning as an older Christopher Pike in Star Trek Season 2. Discovery Season 2, I should say. It's set roughly 10 years before the original series, in the same timeline as the original series, but takes on a much more serialized structure than any Star Trek series that has come before it. We'll touch on Star Trek's attempts with serialization later on, and explain what I mean by that. But yes, it's Star Trek Discovery. Each season tells a single story arc. So far, there have been 3. In the 3rd series, due to events in the 2nd series, the Discovery is sent over 1,000 years into the future. Well, sorry, not over 1,000 years, nearly 1,000 years in the future, creating a new series in the furthest the series has ever explored in terms of its timeline. The success of Discovery saw several shorts be released under Star Trek Short Treks, mainly released on streaming. However, some of them have made their way on DVD or Blu-ray releases of Discovery and the following series. They're still airing, as far as I'm aware. So we might see some more now that Star Trek Discovery Season 4 is on its way next year. The 2nd series was Star Trek Picard, which launched early last year, and features the return of Patrick Stewart as Jean-Luc Picard, as well as the return of Seven of Nine, played by Jerry Ryan, and Brent Spiner as Data, as they deal with the character of Picard 30 years after we last saw him in Star Trek Nemesis. Again, it's a very serialized story. It was somewhat unpopular with a lot of fans, as was Discovery, which I'll get onto later on. There's been a lot of pushback to the modern Trek. However, I very much enjoyed it. There was also another animated entry, which aired last year as well, which was Star Trek Lower Decks, focusing on one of Starfleet's least important ships and the lower deck crew members that exist within it. It's very funny. I spoke about it in a previous episode, how the humour isn't necessarily, while it can be gratuitous at times, it's more poking fun at, poking good-natured fun at Star Trek itself. A couple of other series are on the way, including another animated entry in Star Trek Prodigy, which is being co-produced with Nickelodeon, and Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which will feature Anson Mount as Captain Pike, Rebecca Romaine as his number one, his first officer, the character played by Majel Barrett in the original pilot, and Ethan Peck as Spock. So yeah, that's the quick, rough guide to the history of Star Trek. But what makes it so great? Star Trek was created by Gene Roddenberry, like I said earlier. Roddenberry was a television executive. He'd produced one series before Star Trek, which was called The Lieutenant, which was a police procedural. He'd also been a freelance writer for several other shows, including Highway Patrol. But Star Trek was his attempt to sort of create his own show. And Star Trek was by far his biggest success. Most subsequent works that Gene Roddenberry worked on were pilots that were kind of passed around and remained undeveloped until long after his death. In fact, the two most prominent created after his death besides Star Trek were Earth Final Conflict, which ran for 5 seasons, and Andromeda, which was another science fiction show that again ran for 5 seasons. However, both of those shows, from what I've seen of them, are very, very different to what Star Trek was. And it's clear that Star Trek was the franchise that he poured most of his work into, that he was the most proud of, I think. He originally designed Star Trek as sort of a Western and out of space. He used to pitch it as Wagon Train to the Stars, Wagon Train being a popular Western show of the time. However, he reportedly privately told a lot of his friends that he was also modelling it on Gulliver's Travels, essentially intending each episode to act as both a suspenseful adventure story and as a morality tale. This meant that Gene Roddenberry was able to weave a lot of his own morals and beliefs for the future into Star Trek. We have these grandiose adventures with Kirk and Spock and the crew of the Enterprise going out and, meeting aliens and solving their problems. But there's a lot of allegory in there for what at the time in the 60s was contemporary cultural issues. Issues addressed include authoritarianism, imperialism, the Vietnam War, class warfare, racial discrimination, human rights, religion, sexism, feminism. Not all brilliantly. Star Trek sometimes did drop the ball on a few things, and Gene Roddenberry himself admitted later in life that he was a man who sometimes was having to unlearn a lot of his own bad, toxic behaviors. But he said that by creating a new world with new rules, by making it a science fiction show, and doing it with aliens, he can make statements about sex, religion, politics, weapons of mass destruction, Vietnam, and get them by the network, because the network didn't see them as political. If he was talking about, aliens with funny coloured hair and bizarre facial makeup, it got past the network censors because they were more considered about violence and sexual content rather than the political allegory, which is very interesting. For example, one of the prohibitions at the time in the 60s was that women couldn't show their navels on television. So a lot of the costumes had to be tweaked on network orders to ensure that women's navels were covered up, or they weren't showing too much cleavage, for example. And while the networks were concerned with things like that, they were less concerned about the racial allegories. For example, in the episode Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, which famously stars Frank Gorshin, who played the Riddler in the Batman 1966 series. It's very famous in popular culture for featuring two aliens, one of whom is black down one side and white down the other side, and the other one who is white down one side and black down the other side. And they see each other as racial opposites, where one is a lower class and the other one has been hunting him for centuries. And we find out during the course of the episode that the two races of this planet, these both from the same species, but their racial divide has led to the destruction of their planet, and by the end of the episode leads to the destruction of the two characters, Beale and Lokai. And it's a very, very powerful episode, and was clearly designed to send a very strong commentary on the racial divide and civil rights movement that was currently taking place in America at the time, which resonated with a lot of people. Yeah, Gene Roddenberry was very, very aware of a lot of the counterculture progressive movements of the 60s, and was clearly trying to represent them on Star Trek, with a view of, yes, these guys have the right idea. The whole point of Star Trek was to show what humanity might develop into if it lost certain things that in Roddenberry's views were holding us back, such as religion and warfare. And if we started seeing each other as equals beyond what divides us, such as race and gender, and the United Federation of Planets as it was slowly developed over the course of the series, because a lot of the original core concepts weren't immediately laid out. The Enterprise was originally just an Earth ship, before it was later being explained as a ship from the United Federation of Planets. But the Federation would seen as a more optimistic version of the United Nations, which was a lot more respected of an organization in the 60s than it is today. And some bits were opposed by the networks. There were some oppositions to having, a more racially diverse crew, but as in the original pilot, where most of the characters are, I think the entirety of the characters are white. But as the series went on, obviously more and more racial characters became recurring roles within the cast. George Takei as Lieutenant Sulu being a prime example, as is Nichelle Nichols as Lieutenant Uhura. Even the addition of Walter Koenig in the second season as Ensign Chekhov. Originally, he was hired because he was a young, good-looking man, and his haircut was designed to be reminiscent of the Monkees, who were obviously a very popular band at the time, and kind of teenage heartthrobs. It was designed to increase the teenage audience. But Roddenberry and his writing team insisted that Koenig's character, Chekhov, be Russian, to show that, by putting aside our divisions of nations, which, as I said, the show was coming out during the Cold War, could lead to a brighter future. And that core message, I think, is present throughout the Star Trek franchise. There are, as I said, some things are done better than others. Some examples maybe are not quite so great. One of the issues Star Trek has struggled with until very, very recently, for example, is its handling of LGBT issues. Until Discovery, there were no explicitly canon queer characters, queer main characters anyway, in a Star Trek show. And episodes that had featured sort of queer storylines, queer allegory, had been mishandled in several ways. For example, one story in The Next Generation, The Outcast, I believe it is, featured an androgynous race, a member of whom falls for Commander Riker. However, the network insisted that the role of the alien be played by a woman, despite there being men and women playing the members of the race that apparently had no gender. Jonathan Frakes, the actor who played Commander Riker, as well as several other people involved in the production, said that they wish the character had been played by a male actor. And Ira Stephen Bear, producer of Deep Space Nine, during the documentary What We Left Behind, even said that Deep Space Nine, by far one of the most progressive Star Trek shows in some of the things it said regarding race and equality, was definitely behind regarding its queer representation. And he said he felt he dropped the ball on that one, and that he should have made certain characters who, by all intents, seem to have been intended as queer, he should have made them explicitly queer. Star Trek has done similar things, for example, with feminism. There's an episode of season 3 of the original series called Turnabout Intruder, which is quite negatively received for suggesting that women can't be Starfleet captains, starship captains. And features a female villain who swaps her mind with that of Captain Kirk in order to get the chance that was denied her to be a starship captain. As a result, later shows have shown women in command positions. One of the films featured a female captain, who was played by Madge Sinclair, perhaps probably most famous for her roles opposite James Earl Jones in both Coming to America and The Lion King, as well as for the television show Trapper John MD. Yes, I did get that last one from her Wikipedia page. She quite famously portrayed the first female captain that we saw in Star Trek. And I think one of the first black captains, definitely the first black female captain. And that was in the 4th film. That was Star Trek The Voyage Home, which came out in 1986. So there's always an attempt to correct if things have been done badly. And I think that spirit, which was imparted into the franchise by Gene Roddenberry and his team of writers that he assembled, is still with the franchise to this day. The idea that we can be better. we can always be better. We can always improve, even when we think we've done well in the past. And I think that's something that's echoed very much in modern society. We can recognize that even some things that did very, very well for the time can still be problematic. A prominent example, which hit the headlines recently, was the television series Friends. Now, Friends was obviously a big hit in the 90s, and I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it because this is a Star Trek episode, but Friends was obviously very prominent in the 90s and featured two prominent recurring queer characters, which is, especially in the early seasons, which is Ross's ex-wife and her new girlfriend. They eventually marry in the second season, which I think was, again, one of the first lesbian weddings ever shown on television. However, it hit the headlines when a lot of younger people were watching it for the first time recently, when it was added to Netflix, I believe. And a lot of people were realizing that there are some jokes in Friends, for as progressive as some of these things were presented at the time, due to its nature as a comedy show, there are some jokes in there that are homophobic, transphobic, that have not held up well, despite it having some very prominent queer characters within its supporting cast. And there's also, the other problems, how, none of the friends are not a single one of the friends is racially diverse. They're all white. Not a single one of them is queer. They're all straight. Not that is impossible in a group of 6 friends, but yeah, considering it's 6 friends in New York, it's a bit bizarre. And we can recognize that something is problematic even with the progression that it makes and the steps it takes in the right direction. And Star Trek as a franchise does that so very well. When things have been mishandled, there's always a definite attempt to correct. I'll give one more prominent example of this attempt to correct. There's a early seasons from season 1. There's an episode of The Next Generation called Code of Honor. Code of Honor features an alien race shown in an almost they're shown in a male-centric, almost tribal caste system, and they're all played by African American actors, every single one of them. They seize Tasha Yar because the king, the leader of this alien race, wants to have her as his bride, or one of his brides. The whole episode was fraught with a lot of very colonial stereotypes towards its depiction of this alien race, and how they basically seemed like every African tribe in every bad movie. And like I said, this was coming out in the early 80s, 1987, and we did know better by then. So that's considered probably one of the worst episodes for Star Trek in terms of representation of African American individuals. However, as Star Trek continued on television, we then got the spin-off Star Trek Deep Space Nine, which began airing in 1993. So barely 6 years later. 6 seasons into Star Trek Deep Space Nine in 1998. As I said, Deep Space Nine featured a black captain, played by Avery Brooks, as Benjamin Sisko. Avery Brooks was given the chance to direct, well, in fact, the crew and the writers insisted that he direct this particular episode because they felt it was his story to tell. The story was an episode called Far Beyond the Stars. Far Beyond the Stars, to me, is probably one of the best episodes of television I think I have ever seen, regardless of it being a Star Trek episode. Far Beyond the Stars features Sisko being given a vision of a 1950s science fiction writer at a magazine. All the characters within this vision are played by the actors, the same actors who play the other characters on Deep Space Nine, both the main cast and regular supporting characters, including some of the villains. They all take on new roles within this 1950s scenario. Avery Brooks' Captain Sisko becomes Benny Russell. Benny Russell works for a magazine. The magazine also employs several female writers, as well as a couple of men. And Benny and the women are hidden every time the magazine is profiled. In fact, it's pointed out quite early in the episode that, you know, 2 of the women who contribute stories are doing so under pseudonyms or using initial names, and they have to sort of hide themselves or pretend to be secretaries. But Benny Russell has to hide. Benny wants to publish a story of Captain Sisko on a space station, and he wants the captain to be black. And throughout the course of this episode, we see Benny desperately trying to defend his vision for a black captain commanding a space station in the future in 1950s America. We watch as the character in Benny's vision, who is played by Cyril Lofton being the same actor who plays Jake Sisko, Benjamin's son, is killed in an act of racially motivated police violence and dies in Benny Russell's arms. We see Benny beaten by the same police due to no other crime than being a black man in 1950s America. And in the end of the episode, a powerful scene that was shared quite prominently on social media last year as a result of the Black Lives Matter protests. Benny returns from the hospital to the magazine and finds out that the entire run of the magazine containing his story of Captain Sisko was pulped. It was never saw print. It was completely destroyed by the manager of the magazine. And Benny Russell breaks down in tears at the injustice that he faces. And this episode was, as I said, directed by Avery Brooks and features a powerful performance from him. Like the other actors in the scene, Nana Vista, for example, who plays Kira Nerys, she said that when they yelled, the assistant director yelled cut, and Avery Brooks was too far gone acting the scene, that it took him over half an hour to sort of come back to himself and calm down. It's a tremendously powerful episode, and it handles the topic of race not as an allegory, but as a full upfront depiction of it. Does it make up for episodes like Code of Honor from Next Generation? I think it does, because by showing how well they could tackle the issue, they kind of made up, they sort of acknowledged their mistakes and made a resolution to do better. And the Star Trek franchise is one that has continued to do that over the years. So yeah, I think Star Trek is a franchise that is worth your time. It has produced some of the best hours of television I have ever seen. It has produced characters I love and hold close to my heart. Storylines I feel are phenomenal. And I will heartily recommend that franchise to absolutely anyone. So that's why I think Star Trek as a franchise is worth your time. Personally, for me, the morals and idealism that Star Trek shows, that everyone is created equal, that we can build a better future if we overcome our differences and work together, if we support the people who need it until we get to a point where we have no need or want, where we can support ourselves and move past desperation to get to a point where we can all become our best selves by working to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. An actual line from Star Trek. We work to better ourselves and the rest of humanity. And I think that is a beautiful vision for the future. And one I would very much like to see in my lifetime. And that's why I think Star Trek is worth your time. I think it's hard to talk about Star Trek as a franchise as well without taking a brief moment to acknowledge the impact of the franchise. As I said in the introduction to this episode, a huge amount of people have been influenced by Star Trek, especially the original series, but more throughout the franchise. Star Trek had a tremendous impact on a lot of actors, a lot of real world figures, scientists, astronauts, engineers, designers. Some of this has been publicly spoken about, some of which is just supposition. For example, the designer of the Nokia flip phone explicitly said that his design was based on the Star Trek communicator. But at the same time, the design of the iPad clearly echoes the pads seen in Star Trek The Next Generation. But I don't think it was ever explicitly addressed by any of the designers. Stephen Hawking once visited the set of Star Trek The Next Generation after doing a cameo role in an episode. While being shown around the set, he stopped in front of the warp core and said, "I'm working on that," suggesting that he was influenced by the idea of, a powerful space engine that could move faster than light. Astronaut Mae Jemison, the first African-American woman in space, who also had a cameo in an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, she's openly spoken about how seeing the character of Uhura, a black woman on a spaceship, made her want to become an astronaut. She's not the only person who was influenced by Uhura. Whoopi Goldberg also said she was encouraged to become an actor after seeing, Nichelle Nichols in the role of Uhura and realizing there's a black woman in a TV show. There's someone like me in a TV show. Star Trek has a huge fan base. Everyone knows of Star Trek conventions, but even at non-Star Trek centered conventions, most science fiction shows or, comic cons or any sort of fan convention you can think of, there's a chance you'll see people in a Star Trek suit. Apparently in America with Renaissance fairs, there's a trend of people showing up in Renaissance fairs in Star Trek costume. um, some of the, people will dress, people who get prosthetic pointed ears, are probably just as likely to portray a Vulcan as they are to portray an elf. Klingonese is such a widespread language as a fictional language that it's offered as a course on Duolingo. Fans of Star Trek who have tried to make an appearance in it or have even made guest appearances are as varied as Tom Hanks, who never actually managed to get a part despite trying many, many times, or all the way through to King Abdullah II of Jordan, who actually did have a cameo in an episode of Star Trek Voyager. The impact of Star Trek is phenomenal. I think I mentioned briefly in one of my previous episodes about the first fanzines and conventions that were created for Star Trek by women, and the origination of fan fiction, again, by women, writing a lot of romantic fiction between Kirk and Spock, but nonetheless still creating fan fiction and fan works, and the impact that had on fan culture. The letter writing campaign that was organized to save Star Trek and Star Trek Enterprise was huge. Star Trek Online, a multiplayer online RPG game, has, over the past decade, it's had a huge player base, several million players around the world. And yeah, it's not in the same level of numbers as something like World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy 14, but it is popular. There's been numerous Star Trek games that, again, have never been huge sellers, but have always done well and performed well. Yeah, Star Trek is a phenomenal franchise that has definitely had an impact in a lot of things. There's been people who have turned their houses into facsimiles of Star Trek sets to look like they're on the spaceships from the show, on the Starship Enterprise or the Starship Voyager or Defiant or Deep Space Nine. The impact and reach of Star Trek is massive. There's a popular web game called 6 Degrees of Bacon, which is to try and link actors through films with Kevin Bacon. And the theory is you can do any actor with 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon, due to his career being that varied, that prolific. I'd argue Star Trek can probably get most actors who have worked within the past 15 years either directly or within 4 degrees of separation. Because, the Star Trek Wikia itself, when it does actor profiles, tends to link them to the other shows they've done with other actors on Star Trek. Even if those characters have only been in guest roles. So many people have been involved in this franchise at some point. Christian Slater was that much of a fan that he used his mother, who was a casting director, to get him a walk-on part in one of the films. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, appeared in an episode of Star Trek Voyager at the height of his fame, height of his wrestling career. You know? And he's not the only wrestler who's appeared in the show. The Big Show appeared in an episode of Star Trek Enterprise as well. Numerous people have been involved in this franchise somewhere. And it still continues to this day. There's talks of Quentin Tarantino, of all people, wanting to work on Star Trek, to do a new Star Trek film. I have my own views on that. I don't think he's a great fit for the franchise based on his previous work, but I'd still be interested to see what he accomplishes with it. Benedict Cumberbatch was in Star Trek Into Darkness. You know, an actor who's now prominently associated with the Marvel Cinematic Universe in the role of Doctor Strange. Chris Hemsworth, who played Thor in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, who still plays Thor, had one of his first acting roles playing George Kirk in Star Trek 2009. He doesn't last long. He's dead 15 minutes into the film. But he has a phenomenal impact in the film on Kirk's character. Star Trek is generally a beloved franchise. It's one of the staples of science fiction. It's one of the biggest science fiction franchises ever. There's the much contested debate between Star Trek and Star Wars as the two pinnacles of science fiction. And I don't think that will ever change. The impact of this franchise is enormous, and deservedly so. The body of work, I mean, there's over 800 episodes of Star Trek. And sure, not all of them are amazing. Some of them are dreadful. For every brilliant, incredible episode, like The Visitor, or Far Beyond the Stars, or Measure of a Man, or The Best of Both Worlds, there are episodes like Spock's Brain, and Threshold, and Move Along Home. But for a franchise that contains 9, soon to be 12 television series, plus 13 films, plus numerous novels, the comics and video games, it's really easy to see why it's so beloved and why so many people cite it as such a huge influence on them. Another reason why I think Star Trek does so well is the way it uses its sci-fi setting to tell not just the allegorical stories that I mentioned earlier, but essentially any type of story. Because Star Trek has had multiple seasons that are usually between, I think the shortest seasons are for the modern series where they're sort of 10 episodes, 13 episodes, up to the longest seasons, which are 26 episodes long. Star Trek has obviously had to fill that time with a lot of great episodes. Now, as I said before, not all of them are amazing. Some episodes can miss the mark for any number of reasons. But Star Trek also shows that it can tell genre stories within its own framework. What I mean by that is Star Trek will have episodes that take a more horror bent, or more of a mystery bent, or more of a spoof bent to tell its stories. Star Trek will feature episodes that go all out and give us fantastic scenarios and set pieces. But then that means it will also have to do the television trope of the bottle show, where everything is self-contained and at a moderate budget. No guest stars, no real expensive sets. And as I said, not every Star Trek episode is a success. Not every Star Trek episode is worth your time. But I do think a lot of them are. And I think as well, part of the reason that Star Trek has had the impact it has is because of stories like this. So I'm going to give some examples of some that I think have done really, really well at particular things, or some episodes or storylines that I do think are just very much worth your time. So, for example, I'm going to start with some episodes themed around certain things. So to go back to horror, for me, one of the best horror episodes in terms of a terrifying horror is the episode Schisms. Schisms is from Next Generation. I believe it's season 5. It features several members of the crew complaining of aches and pains during the day. And the crew eventually realise that they're restless, they've not slept properly. And several members who all suffer the same conditions begin investigating and realise that they have been kidnapped in the night. And the way they realise this is through a very terrifying scene where they all gradually pitch. They're in the holodeck and they gradually build an operating table that they all remember being on in their dreams. And they realise that there's like a bright light above the table. The table has like a horrific sort of saw implement attached to it. They realise that there's voices in the darkness, so they add like a chittering, clicking noise into the background. And all of them, you see the horror dawn as they gradually realise what's happened to them. And yeah, we find out that these aliens are taking crew members and essentially abducting them and dissecting them and then putting them back together during the night. Which is a very good horror concept. Another horror episode also from Next Generation is Frame of Mind. This one I believe is in season 6 and features Commander Riker acting in a play, a fictional play set in the story of a man in an asylum. However, we then also see Riker in an asylum during what he believes is an undercover mission as a member of an alien planet. We have seen Riker engage in missions like this before, previously in the series, where he's been surgically altered to look like one of the native population and placed among them. Except this time he's ended up in an asylum. As the episode goes on, elements of its direction and pacing and plotting almost has the two realities start to blur, so that we don't know which is real, where Riker really is. Is he on the Enterprise researching the play? Is he stuck on the planet? Is he even really Riker? Is he, what's real and what isn't? It's a very, very well done episode with some fantastic visuals, and it's very good. Not so much of a horror, but more of a thriller, a good psychological romp. And then finally, an episode from Deep Space Nine that I want to premiere for a horror story. It's an episode Empok Nor from season 5, towards the end of season 5. Empok Nor features several of the characters sent to a derelict station which is essentially Deep Space Nine's sister, to retrieve certain parts to repair their own station. While they're there, the one alien, well, one of the aliens among them, the Cardassian Garrick, is afflicted with a virus which turns him against the crew. So you end up with kind of a lot of dark horror, almost slasher film visuals throughout it as he sort of plays cat and mouse games with them. Which is very, very clever. There's going to be a few Deep Space Nine episodes that come up in these recommendations purely because Deep Space Nine is my favourite series of the bunch and is the series that I'm far more familiar with. But that's not to say that there aren't great episodes in many, many other shows. There's some great spoof episodes in Deep Space Nine, especially. Deep Space Nine has an episode which kind of spoofs the spy genre. It does a very sort of James Bond style story in season 4, which is called Arman Bashir, which I do heartily recommend. It's very, very funny. They also do an Ocean's 11 style heist on a holographic Las Vegas casino in season 7 in the episode Bada Bing Bada Boom, which is again very, very silly. Totally leans into the concept of going for a full heist and is a lot of fun. They also do a baseball episode again in season 7 called Take Me Out to the Holosuite, where the captain, who we know is a firm lover of baseball, is challenged by a rival to a baseball game. And yeah, that the whole crew takes part in baseball. So you have aliens who have never heard of baseball playing baseball. It's very funny. I'm not American, as you can probably tell. And yeah, I think I learnt more about the art of baseball from that episode than I ever did anywhere else. We also get some great mystery episodes in Star Trek. For this, I'm going to premiere 3 of my favourites from the Next Generation. The first of which is also a bottle show, which is Cause and Effect. Cause and Effect, within the first sort of 15 minutes of the episode, we see a day play out on the Enterprise. All the different characters go through the day, from playing poker in the morning to their shift, right through to the Enterprise being destroyed in a freak accident. It then resets, and we get the same day again, but with slight changes. And gradually the mystery builds as to, what is going on. Everyone kind of feels that they've done this before. And it gradually builds and builds until we find out exactly what's happening. And it's a very good episode. I think it started life as a bottled show, but I think it actually didn't end up going over budget due to some special effects and a brief guest star at the very end. But still a very fun episode. Another good one is the episode Clues. Again, I forget which season it is. But the characters of the Enterprise all are sort of led to the conclusion that they're missing a day of time. So they try and investigate it, and every time they try to investigate it, Data, the android character, suggests some reason or stalls the investigation somehow. And we don't know why. We don't know what's happening. All we know is that Data is acting somewhat odd. And the crew become more and more certain that something is wrong, that they are missing a day, and they don't know why. And Data quite possibly has something to do with it. There's a very good resolution to that episode. It's not quite what you expect, But, for example, some of the clues continue to add up. For example, the Klingon officer, Lieutenant Worf, has a broken arm. Data is probably one of the only crew members on board who could break his arm, who has the strength to do it. So yeah, it's very interesting. And then the third of these is Remember Me. Remember Me starts, it's one of the few episodes focused on Beverly Crusher. It starts with her welcoming one of her mentors to the ship, and then seeing her son's science experiment and going back to her duties. But then when she goes back to see her mentor, he's gone. And then gradually other characters start to disappear. But each time they disappear, Beverly seems to be the only person remembering them. That's a very, very good mystery. It becomes somewhat apparent what's going on, I think, just before the reveal. But yes, gradually watching everyone disappear and how Beverly deals with that. Like I said, it's especially good because Beverly didn't get many episodes to shine, and she was a great character played by a particularly great actress, so it was a bit of a crime that she didn't get more to do. There's also even, I'm trying to think, there's so many types. There's war stories. The entire 6th and 7th season of Deep Space Nine revolves around war stories that features a war between the Federation and an alien power called the Dominion. And I'll probably talk more about that when I discuss some of the characters of Star Trek, because there's certain episodes that pertain very much to a specific character that I want to talk about. So going beyond there, I'll also look at a Voyager episode. There's a 2-part Voyager episode called Year of Hell, where the Voyager essentially finds itself under constant enemy attack while traveling through their space. However, it becomes more complex than that because we find out that this episode is also a time travel story. It features as the guest villain for that episode Kurtwood Smith, who is playing the character of Anorax. Kurtwood Smith is most famous for his role as Red Foreman in that 70s show, but he has done several roles in Star Trek in multiple episodes and even one of the movies, and all of his performances in Star Trek are very, very good, and this one is no exception. He kind of anchors the episode in a villain who is somewhat tragic and quite sympathetic, but we essentially see Voyager, as I said, under constant attack. The ship gradually starts breaking apart. The crew have to disperse. It's somewhat horrific just seeing the crew strung out by constant battle. And yeah, it's a very good episode. Like I said, it's a double episode as well, so the story gets plenty of room to tell the story it wants to. It does hit a bit of a reset button towards the end for reasons that will make sense when you watch it, which to me is the only thing I dislike about it. One of the things I dislike most about Voyager as a series is that it was very episodic, despite the setting suggesting that it should have more ongoing storylines. In fact, most of the ongoing storylines are over by season 4, which is a shame because the ongoing storylines featuring the recurring character of Seska in the early seasons were probably some of the most interesting plot elements of the show. Most people will tell you start watching Voyager when it gets good in season 4, but I think if you do that, you miss a lot of those great episodes. In fact, that seems to be a common thread with with Deep Space Nine as well. People will suggest missing the first 2 seasons and starting with season 3 when they introduce the Defiant. the problem is, again, this season 1 and 2 have some phenomenal episodes. For example, in the end of season 1, there's an episode called the Duet, which essentially features Kira dealing with someone who she believes is a Cardassian war criminal. And at first he's denying what he ever did was wrong, before loudly and proudly admitting it. That he was essentially, I think the character's nicknamed the Butcher of Galatep. Essentially, he ran a concentration camp, essentially, during the Bajoran occupation. And he was, by all accounts, a horrific man. The episode is a great example of a two-hander, where there's no real subplot. The episode is focused around those two characters and their conversations for a majority of the piece. And it is phenomenal. The two actors give a tour de force in their roles, and there's many twists and turns in the story of Eamon Maritza, the person she's interrogating, who she believes to be the Butcher of Galatep. And yeah, that's one I'd strongly recommend as probably, again, one of the best episodes of Star Trek, that's firmly within its sci-fi setting, but also creates a very good allegory for sort of the crimes of the Nazis in terms of what it's portraying. Star Trek's done multiple other things. There's comedy episodes. There's an episode called Fascination, for example, which myself and Tallulah spoke about in our last episode, where a woman is, Lwaxana Troi is essentially projecting her feelings of love in what's essentially her race's psychic menopause onto other people. So certain characters become infatuated with each other, which creates for kind of a comedy of errors. There's the Voyager episode Bride of Chaotica in season 5, which features Tom Paris's Captain Proton holodeck program, which is essentially like a 1950s black and white adventure show. And the villain in that, Chaotica, sort of a Ming the Merciless type, very grandiose and theatrical, having to be thwarted by the crew due to a dangerous situation that he's caused. There's an episode called Cupid in Star Trek The Next Generation. I believe it's a season 3 episode, where Q kidnaps the captain and the crew and turns them into Robin Hood and the Merry Men, which is phenomenal and has, again, some very, very funny lines, such as Worf protesting while dressed as Will Scarlet that he is not a merry man, or taking Geordi LaForge's loot as Alan Adale and smashing it viciously on a tree before handing the tattered remains over and saying, "My apologies." There's even a couple of Western episodes in Star Trek, going back to its Wagon Train to the Stars route. There's one in the original series where Kirk has to basically reenact the gunfight at the OK Corral. There's Spectre of the Gun, that one's called. It's one of the few decent third season episodes of the original series. This is the same episode, the same series that gave us Spock's Brain, which is not a particularly great one. There's the Star Trek Enterprise episode North Star, which features the Enterprise essentially comes across a Western town, a town from the Old West that was sort of transplanted from Earth 300 odd years ago by an alien race, and now the alien race are living essentially as almost a subservient slave race to the humans that are living in this town. which is one of the more deliberate like Western stories done right. But then there's also the more comedy episode Fistful of Datas from Star Trek Next Generation. I believe it's in the 4th or 5th season, which features essentially a spaghetti western, sort of a comedy style western episode, where Worf, his son, and Councillor Troy end up fighting a group of especially bad critters, all of which, due to holodeck shenanigans, end up being played by Brent Spiner, which becomes a tour de force for the actor, as he portrays multiple different roles in all of these Western tropes. It's absolutely hilarious to watch. There's even some actual proper romance episodes in Star Trek. There's a Deep Space Nine episode in season 2 called Prophet and Lace, which is essentially a retelling of the film Casablanca. Like, all the characters fit roles representing the main characters in Casablanca, including the Nazis. There's one of the few LGBT romance stories, again in Deep Space Nine, season 4, this one, called Rejoined, where Dax meets a former lover of hers from their past lives, and they're both now, they used to be married in a previous life. Now their symbionts are in new bodies. Both of the bodies are women. The guest in the episode is Susanna Thompson, who's done multiple roles on television. The most prominent one I remember her as, besides Star Trek, is as the role of Moira Queen in the first 2 seasons of Arrow. The thing is, according to the culture of Trill Society, symbionts are not supposed to reconnect to rejoin, as it's essentially diminishing the symbiote's experience, which is kind of frowned upon in their society. However, Dax becomes more than willing to give everything up, to give her career up, to give her place in society up, and it would mean exile for Dax, the symbiont, as well, to be ostracized from Trill society, to never again get another host. And she's more than willing to do that. So the allegory for a lesbian relationship there, the coming out, the willing to sacrifice everything for love with the right person, despite society telling you it's wrong. Brilliant episode, and a very, very good romance episode. I think I actually cried the first time I watched that properly. But again, to go back to romance episodes, probably the most famous one is one from the original series, which is City on the Edge of Forever. City on the Edge of Forever features Joan Collins, of all people, as Edith Keeler. Kirk and Spock have to go back in time to the 1940s, because at some point in the 1940s, a drug-addled Dr. McCoy will go back, and through something that he does, he will prevent... Well, he will prevent the Allied victory in World War II, which will lead to, which will prevent the Federation from forming. So Kirk and Spock go back to stop him. They end up arriving well before he does. And Spock is able to determine that what McCoy actually does is save Edith Keeler's life. And so Kirk, this woman that he's fallen in love with, he has to let her die, and creates very, very powerful scenes towards the end of the episode. The script for City on the Edge of Forever was originally written by Harlan Ellison. However, numerous rewrites led to him, I think, abandoning the episode, and I don't think he lays claim to it anymore. He did release a graphic novel a few years ago of his actual version of the episode, which has some distinct differences. I'm not sure if it's better or worse necessarily. I don't think the script as he envisioned would necessarily have made it to be the episode that was shot anyway. But it's an interesting idea. I should mention as well, Star Trek has obviously continued into comic books and novels and well beyond the television series and films. Their question of canonicity is kind of divided. But some of them are definitely worth the time. There's a few that are sort of novel only, acting as kind of relaunches of characters. For example, after Deep Space Nine ended, there was a relaunch series of novels which acted as sort of like a season 8. They did the same thing with Voyager and the Next Generation, eventually going from the end of the timeline that we saw into, well, I think 5 or 6 years further into the timeline. Some events are probably considered non-canon now. Like, for example, they saw the destruction of the Borg in the novel trilogy Destiny. However, I don't think that tracks with what we see of the future in Star Trek Picard. So, or even in Lower Decks or other things like that. It's set in the same time frame. And this isn't even to say that Star Trek hasn't done episodes that have completely used their sci-fi setting. I've been talking about the allegorical episodes. But some of the episodes that have actually used their sci-fi setting brilliantly. There's a Voyager episode called Blink of an Eye, where the Voyager ends up trapped around this planet with a very, very fast rotation. What actually this means is that Voyager becomes a star in this planet's sky, and we see through numerous vignettes on the planet that to the people of the planet, they're essentially moving faster throughout time due to the revolutions of the planet. And Voyager's very presence has had a profound impact on them from prehistory. So we see them learn about Voyager and about the ship that's in the orbit of their planet and why it never seems to move and how it seems to cause earthquakes. And we go from primitive religions through to science and actually understanding more of it. And then eventually, characters going on to Voyager and seeing almost statues of the people on there because they're not moving. Very, very good episode. Another Voyager episode is, for example, Living Witness. Living Witness features the Doctor. I believe this is a season 5 episode. Features the Doctor, his backup in the far future, being awakened on a planet that Voyager visited. This planet credits Voyager with solving their civil war with another star system. But it turns out they have some very bizarre ideas of what actually happened. However, the Doctor, being there, is able to sort of correct them. But in correcting them, he actually causes way more political upheaval on the planet. And then a Next Generation Series 3 episode, Yesterday's Enterprise, features the previous Enterprise to Picard's, which was believed destroyed 20 odd years ago, coming from a time warp. And as a result of it coming from the time warp, the Enterprise D instantly changes into a ship, from a ship full of families into a battleship Commander Worf, Lieutenant Worf is gone, and he's replaced by a still living version of Tasha Yar. There's far more soldiers, the bridge is darker, everything's bleaker. It turns out that from the Enterprise C going missing from the timeline, there was no peace between the Federation and the Klingon Empire, because the Enterprise C died saving a Klingon colony. The actual demise of the Enterprise C is one of the events that's stabilized the situation. Without it, the Federations are losing a war against the Klingons. And it's only a matter of time before they end up destroyed. That's a very good episode. It focuses quite a lot on the character of Tasha Yar, who was unceremoniously killed off in season 1 after wanting to leave. She was played by Denise Crosby, granddaughter of Bing Crosby. And it also focuses on Whoopi Goldberg's character of Guinan. It's quite interesting to see that episode and see the differences among the crew. For example, the version of Picard in this other timeline is much more stern. He doesn't refer to Will Riker as number one, for example. He's much more all business with him, referring to him simply as commander. Yeah, very, very great idea. An episode I'd heartily recommend as probably one of the best in the franchise. Star Trek's also done a lot of very great serialized storylines, or ongoing storylines. For example, in Next Generation, the cliffhanger that was set up between season 3 and season 4 featured Captain Picard, Patrick Stewart's character, getting assimilated by the Borg and turned into their spokesman, Locutus. The cliffhanger ending was Riker threatening to destroy him and kill him. However, into season 4, we learn that Locutus was able to survive that because the Borg knew the Federation's plans, they knew Riker's plan, and had adapted to it. And Locutus was eventually saved. Picard was eventually rescued. And then the following episode in season 4, an episode called Family, focused on the trauma that Picard had gone through as he dealt with it with his family, who, he just seems to clash with originally when we see them. But it turns out that that's his older brother doing what he needs to get Picard to face what he needs to face. And yeah, some powerful acting moments from Patrick Stewart in those episodes. And introduced the Borg as a threat, and the idea of what Picard had gone through at the hands of the Borg later influenced other Borg appearances throughout the Next Generation, most notably Iborg, where he gets given the chance to destroy them due to a Borg that they've captured. And then Star Trek First Contact, which features a confrontation with the Borg Queen. The main supporting character of Iborg, the Borg known as Hugh, and the concept of the Borg and what Picard went through with them also was touched on in Star Trek Picard in season 1, as well as First Contact. So it's become a clear defining moment for the character moving forward. And I think that sort of laid the touchstone for some of the ongoing storylines that would develop. Deep Space Nine was probably one of the more prominent. The introduction of the Dominion and the sort of Cold War that became from them led that certain episodes were influenced by the plot outcomes of previous episodes, and as I said before, that gradually led to an actual Dominion war during season 6 and 7. But with the exception of a few episodes towards the start of season 6, that and then some episodes crossing over season 6 and season 7, and then the finale of episodes, the war was essentially the background for what was going on. It wasn't always an immediate part of the story. The Xindi plotline in Star Trek Enterprise, however, was a much more syndicated storyline, as each episode directly led into the next one, sort of from the end of season 2 all the way through to the start of season 4, as the Enterprise was hunting this race called the Xindi, who had unleashed a super weapon on Earth and were potentially going to do it again. And then the serialized plotlines have continued. As I said previously, Star Trek Picard is essentially a 10-episode film. Its plots are so serialized, and Discovery does serialized plots as well. Each season tells a particular story, although it is somewhat episodic in its nature as well, similar to how Enterprise used to work. Most prominently, for example, the season 3 of Discovery has featured a storyline called The Burn in the 32nd century, where about 100 years ago something called the Burn happened, which destroyed a lot of starships and greatly reduced the Federation's power. So throughout the majority of the season, the crew are investigating the Burn, but they're also solving other problems and other issues as well. So the actual main plot of the Burn doesn't become more apparent until the final episodes of the season. And I think that's a good way to handle the serialization, and I'm hoping that continues. So, we'll see. So I wanted to take some time now in this part of the episode to discuss some of my favourite characters in Star Trek. Star Trek, being a franchise with multiple series, has a lot of main and recurring characters. But a lot of them are very, very good and resonate with different people. For multiple different reasons. So I thought I'd go through some of my favourite ones that I feel resonate with me or that I particularly enjoy in their series. So I'm going to start with the original series and, by extension, the animated series and the original movies that tied in with that, and talk about 3 characters from that series that I enjoy the most, which are Spock, Dr. McCoy, and Scotty. Now, Spock, I think, is probably the most famous character from Star Trek. Like, most people know who Spock is. He's appeared in multiple versions of the franchise at this point, being played by Leonard Nimoy in the original series, the animated series, 6 original movies, Zachary Quinto in the Kelvin Timeline films, and most recently Ethan Peck in Star Trek Discovery Season 2 and Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which will be releasing next year, I believe. Spock is half Vulcan and half human. As a result, his main defining characteristic is almost the struggle for duality between those two halves. He's somewhat of an outsider among the crew. He does face some racial pushback for being, in the original series especially, I think the only non-human on the ship, or at least the more prominent non-human on the ship. But Spock has some very, very interesting character moments where Leonard Nimoy said that when he was working on Spock, he always wanted Spock to evolve. Every time he returned as Spock, he wanted Spock to develop in a new way. And I think you can see that. You can see the evolution of the character. When he first appears in the original pilot, The Cage, he's the only character that's kept from The Cage into the main series. And the sort of the logical, almost cold, unemotional Spock that he would later become isn't really present there. And that all sort of grew organically. It's like it's very clearly the same Spock, but you could argue just at a younger point in his life, maybe where he is showing a bit more emotion, because the events of The Cage are set, before Star Trek Discovery, which is set 10 years before the original series. Like, one of the episodes of Discovery actually picks up flashbacking to The Cage, sort of say, yeah, this happened before, and these characters that you're about to see were played by different people, just roll with it. And it works really well. So, like, for example, one of Spock's most famous moments in the original series is probably in the episode The Naked Time. A virus is running through the ship, which is affecting a lot of characters in a variety of ways. Some are becoming reckless. It's generally like an intoxication, I think McCoy describes it. Essentially, they're acting drunk. So it leads to engineer Riley singing Irish drinking songs. I think he's actually singing Call Me Home Kathleen or something like that, while not really manning the engines. Kirk becomes kind of gripped with indecision. Sulu's running around with a fencing foil and his shirt off. But with Spock, what happens is his logic kind of breaks down and he becomes an emotional wreck. He's crying, he's vulnerable, he's really struggling to pull himself together. Spock later went on to die, even in the films. I was one of those people, the Star Trek films, my father had them on video, so they were more sort of my introduction to Star Trek. I sort of went from the original series films to watching Next Generation, which was airing on television at the time, to then sort of going back to the original series. So my first real exposure to Spock and the other characters of the original series was in their motion picture films. Spock, quite famously, at the end of Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, dies, saving the Enterprise. And it's one of those that, from Spock's perspective, what he did was the most logical conclusion. He exposes himself to deadly radiation to fix the warp engine, knowing that he'll die doing it, but doing it because no one else can, and it's the only thing that can save the ship. And it's like he's done like some grim maths in his head to work it out, as he describes it in the sequel. The needs of the many in the same film, he said the needs of the many outweighed the needs of the few or the one. It was sort of emblematic of both his duty as an officer, but also his Vulcan logic, that it was the natural choice. And, when I first watched that as a kid, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting Spock to die after having such a prominent role in the previous two films. Spock was also known for being a very compassionate thinker, despite his lack of emotion. He could be coldly logical at times, but he was also more open to it. His lack of emotion almost sort of gives him an insight into emotion. For example, there's an original series episode called The Devil in the Dark. It's most famous for the introduction of the Horta, which is a silicone-based life form that lays silicon eggs. Miners are working the mines on this planet, and they're destroying the Horta's eggs. So the Horta attacks the miners and kills a couple of them. The miners don't realize that these eggs are eggs. They don't read them as living things. They read them as, just lumps of silicon. So what Spock does is he mind melds with the Horta. It's a thing Vulcans can do, where they can sort of link minds. And as a result, Spock learns that the creature is sentient, that the Horta is sentient, and that it's merely trying to protect its young. Spock's, the insight that he gets into thinking that this creature has, it might be trying to defend something. It's not just deliberately attacking. And that's what solves the issue of the day. And he manages to find a compromise between the miners and the Horta. And it also led to a sort of quite famous phrase among Trekkies, which is "no kill I," which is what the Horta essentially says. It burns it into the ground. It says burns "no kill I" into the ground. Excuse my phone just then. Spock, obviously, like I said, later returned in the movies. It turned out he'd given his Katra, his living soul, if you will, to Dr. McCoy, and his body was reborn due to some space science shenanigans, and they were eventually fused back together. That led to a change in Spock again for the future movies, where he did become a bit more emotional, but then gradually mellowed back into his old self. And Dr. McCoy, who's been quite often more of a foil for Spock, the two of them had not really gotten along, became quite important in helping bring Spock round. I think he gained a new insight into Spock from having Spock inside his head, which is good, because at times in the original series, some of McCoy's comments towards Spock were essentially pretty racist. Quite often calling Spock green-blooded, pointy-eared, racial slurs, picking out the obvious differences between Spock's Vulcan heritage and the rest of the human heritage of the crew. McCoy is one I think I grew to like more over the movies as they evolved and developed. He was always funny. And yeah, I think he's responsible for some of the best jokes in the original series films. But one of the things that sold me on Dr. McCoy was a story that he gets in what is essentially considered one of the worst Star Trek films, especially of the original series, which is Star Trek V. Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, was not particularly well received, as I said earlier. But it does feature a story element where the villain of the piece, Cybok, allows characters to confront the greatest pain in their life. And we find out what McCoy's was. And basically, McCoy, while training to be a doctor, his father started to die of a very painful and terminal disease. And his father begged McCoy for help, to let him die, to make the pain go away. Which McCoy did, only for the disease to then be cured a few months later, like a cure to be released. And I just found that, even as a young kid, I found that heartbreaking. You realise just the impact that must have had on McCoy, and it's very good. It's a very humanising scene for McCoy, and does help me like the character a lot more. Another thing that helped me like McCoy is the more toned down take by Carl Urban. As good as DeForest Kelley was in the role of McCoy in the original series, like I said, there were some problematic things with the sort of racist nuance in his writing, whereas the version used in the Kelvin films, played by Carl Urban, was a much more toned down version. And again, there's still that rivalry there between Spock and McCoy, and it's played up brilliantly, especially in Star Trek Beyond, between the two of them, where you can see there's a friendship, but also like these two men really annoy each other. And I thought that was it was a great way of using the characters. So I think that was very, very well done. And I think the Kelvin version of McCoy has managed to tap into what was great about McCoy in the originals, while also removing some of the bits that haven't aged as well, I suppose is the best way to put it. Scotty was one I really started to enjoy more when I went back to the original series. Scotty's one of the more prominent recurring characters in the original series. See, in the original series, while 7 of the main cast members would go on to be featured in the film series, in the original series, only, for the first season at least, only William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy are in starring credits. Everyone else is guest starring. And I think DeForest Kelley as McCoy was added to starring credits in season 2 and 3. But James Doohan as Scotty appears quite prominently in a lot of episodes. He gets a lot of episodes to actually develop as a character. He's very relaxed, very jovial, able to talk and have a good banter with a lot of members of the crew at different levels. Very, very good with some of the civilians that he interacts with. A lot of his role on the ship is usually related to his function as chief engineer, but he does get several other episodes to shine. One of my favourites being Wolf in the Fold, where he's implicated for murder. And yeah, he's generally a very good comic relief character as well, but never in a way that makes him a joke, and it's hard to explain how it's done. He's funny, but he's not the butt of the joke, as it can be with some comic relief characters. It's just that he's very witty, and he's perfectly charming as well. He had a very prominent guest starring role on an episode of The Next Generation as well, called Relics. He was one of a few original cast members to appear in Next Generation in some capacity. And his particular episode is quite heartbreaking in some respects. He's now an old engineer, and he's 100 years removed from where he was, and there's been a lot of scientific advancements that have just left him behind. So while he was originally, the engineer that kind of wrote the book on how starships worked, now he's, as the episode title suggests, he's a relic. Which leads to some brilliant interactions with him and several other characters, including Geordi LaForge and Captain Picard, where he does kind of find his place eventually, and it's very well done. I think it's a good ending for Scotty's story. It would have been nice to have seen him again. James Doohan did eventually his health eventually deteriorated, and he died, I think, sometime shortly after Star Trek's 30th anniversary. But his work with the fans as well has been very, very, very prominent. James Doohan, the stories I've heard about the man and his just unparalleled kindness, I think is beautiful. So he's one of those actors that I think is quite sorely missed. Um, the role of Scotty was, and the attention that brought him as an actor and as a person, and the platform that gave him. He did some very good things with it. And I want to say that just because I've exemplified those three characters doesn't mean I dislike the other main characters of the original series, or any of the other series with characters that I'm going to leave out. It's just that those three to me stood out more, is all. I'm going to continue with the Next Generation. To me, the three characters, I mean, I love the Next Generation cast in general. I really, really do. Some characters are just less developed, or not developed brilliantly, sometimes as a result of bad writing in particular episodes, sometimes as a lack of focus episodes. For example, Deanna Troi, I think Marina Sirtis, the actor, went through some horrible things behind the scenes, which means that some of her episodes are not particularly well written, and she doesn't get very many of them to begin with. Ditto with Gates McFadden, who played Beverly Crusher. Gates McFadden is a phenomenal actress, but the episodes that tend to have a focus on Beverly are quite a mixed bag. There are some that are phenomenal, such as Remember Me, and then there are others that are really not, like Sub Rosa, where she gets romanced by a ghost who also romanced her grandmother, which is very, very bizarre. Like she starts acting weird. She leaves Starfleet. With Deanna, like I said, there's an episode where Deanna gets possessed, with all the negative emotions of the man she's seeing. It's like a picture of Dorian Gray, except Deanna becomes the picture. This guy expels all his negative emotions into her, which ages her horribly, and makes her a very different character from what she was. So as a result, Deanna and Beverly don't tend to rank very highly on my list. Neither does Geordie LaForge, who, again, while I love LeVar Burton as an actor, and I think some of the episodes he gets and some of the things he gets to do are phenomenal, Geordie is also written very, very badly, especially when it comes to women and how he interacts with women. So yeah, it's bizarre. However, I will specify my favourites are probably obviously Captain Picard. Jean-Luc Picard, to me, is one of the best captains in Star Trek. I definitely think he's better than Kirk. I think he's so gentle and very much able to show that any situation can be negotiated. There's a way around it. Picard is a character who always has a great speech. There are some amazing episodes and brilliant speeches from Picard. For example, the episode The Drumhead, where he talks about justice, or the first duty, where he says how the first duty of every officer is to the truth, whatever that truth is. Some very, very quotable lines. There's one that's a meme, which is, it's possible to make no mistakes and to still lose. That's called life. Picard was just, he was brilliant. He was very well written and very, very well played. Patrick Stewart did a phenomenal job as Picard, and I'm so glad that Picard is getting further development in the new series. I was a fan of Picard season 1. I know some people really weren't, but I enjoyed it. He felt like the same character. The fact he left Starfleet because Starfleet's principles changed, to me, is vibes perfectly with the character that Picard always was. So I'm very, very happy with that and how that was done. Obviously, I like Commander Riker, played by Jonathan Frakes. I think he's brilliant. The reason why I wouldn't cite him as one of my favourites, though, is because I think some of the other characters just developed a lot better. So the two that I am going to cite instead are Data, who, again, is another very famous character. A lot of people have heard of Data. Data fills the Spock role almost on The Next Generation, the outsider looking in. Data is an android who basically wants to be more human, I suppose, but not in a... He doesn't want to technically become human, but he wants to be able to understand the things he doesn't have. So, for example, emotion, which he doesn't have. He's not privy to emotions due to his false nature. Data has some phenomenal episodes. There's the episode The Measure of a Man, which explores Data's right to choose whether he should have to undergo a dangerous procedure. Like, does Data count as property? Is he do we treat Data in the same way that we treat a Federation computer, or is he a person in his own right with the right to choose? And that was phenomenal episode. Another great one for Picard as well. There's a brilliant Picard speech in Measure of a Man, because in the episode they do it through a trial. Picard is assigned to Data's defense, and Riker again gets some brilliant work in that episode, because Riker is assigned to the prosecution, and Riker manages to state his case for the prosecution fabulously, and then immediately facepalms because he worries that he's just doomed his friend, which, yeah, brilliant. Brent Spiner, who played Data, also worked... Brent Spiner did a lot of other acting roles on the show, usually in characters related to Data. For example, he plays Data's creator, Noonien Sung, not Singh, that's Khan. Yeah, Noonien Sung, Data's villainous brother Law. And again, yeah, Data gets some amazing chance to develop over the years. He becomes one of the more prominent characters as the movies take shape. For example, in First Contact, he's the one seduced by the Borg Queen. So he becomes sort of like the secondary character in that film. He also, I think Brent Spiner's acting ability as Data is sometimes often forgotten, because Data is, for example, a very static character. He doesn't move as much. He has a very particular way of speaking, like he doesn't really use contractions. Is one of the early rules that was established with Data, although some occasionally slip in. But at the same time, the way Brent Spiner is able to act the role as Data is fantastic. He has a lot of very physical acting and nuance and subtext in his movements that just makes Data feel artificial. For example, how Data sits up, he always goes bolt upright. There's no, the core strength to do that. He just sits straight up. He doesn't move in pieces, like his head doesn't go first. It's just his top half of his body comes straight up. It's very, very well done. And there are certain episodes that show off Brent Spiner's range as an actor as well. For example, like I said, the episode Brothers, where he plays Law, Sung, and Data in the same episode. There's also an episode called Masks, where the Enterprise is infected with a believe it's like a computer virus from an ancient civilization, and members of the civilization start speaking through Data. And it's fascinating to watch as Data goes through playing like an old man, a young girl, numerous characters from this old civilization. Very, very well done. My other favorite main character from TNG, who went on to become a main character in Deep Space Nine, is Worf. I generally like Worf's character development in Deep Space Nine a lot more, but a lot of the character development he gets on Deep Space Nine did start on Next Generation. He goes through dealing with family secrets, dealing with Klingon bureaucracy, and he's very, very well done. A lot of Worf's development as a character comes from his role in season 2, where he's assigned to replace... He basically replaces Tasha Yar, who died in season 1, as security chief. And that gives him, a more permanent role on the bridge. In season 1, it wasn't really clear what Worf did. So in some respects, Denise Crosby choosing to leave the show and have Tasha killed off was sort of a blessing for Worf as a character. But yeah, Worf's development, he goes from, sort of a minor officer who was raised by human parents and is kind of a fan of Klingon culture, but is kind of separate from it, to, by the end of Deep Space Nine, he ends up being responsible. He becomes a Klingon ambassador to the Federation. He's responsible for helping to crown the new Klingon Chancellor. He's fighting a war on a Klingon... He fights in the Dominion War on a Klingon ship. It's very, very well done. Two other TNG characters, recurring characters that I wanted to speak about, purely because it also looks like they might be coming back for Star Trek Picard, which has me very excited, is Guinan and Q. Q is an extra-dimensional, omnipotent being who is essentially a court jester. He's played fabulously by John Delancey as this amazing foil for Picard. And yeah, he gets some amazing episodes. He basically appears in the pilot and is the best part of the Star Trek Next Generation pilot, where he says that he's basically putting humanity on trial as a childlike savage race. And the Enterprise is what is going to be used to determine the outcome of that trial. Data once compares Q's relationship to Picard in the season finale as like a master and pet. Like, Q seems very, very fond of Picard and seems to always be willing to give Picard a chance. He only appears in a handful of episodes throughout Next Generation, but every one is fantastic. He goes from antagonist to sometimes ally. There's an episode where he loses his powers, and it's probably one of the single funniest episodes of Next Generation ever. You get to see him experiencing things as a mortal, and it's purely because we find out that Q has pissed off a load of alien races throughout the years, some of them with powers that could really cause him trouble. And now that he's mortal, he's basically come to the Enterprise because he knows that Picard will help him. And at the end of the episode, he does a selfless deed, which then means he gets his powers back from the Q Continuum, which results in him coming in and doing a celebration with a mariachi band and cigars and strippers. And it's absolutely hilarious because he makes Picard lose it. So yeah, Q is phenomenal. He's coming back in season 2 of Picard, and he looks to be again back into more of his antagonist role. But the way those two actors, John Delancey and Patrick Stewart, the chemistry and the rapport between them, and how they were able to bounce things off of each other as Q and Picard was just amazing. Q's best episode of the Next Generation is probably the season finale, All Good Things, or like I said, the episode where he becomes human, which is Deja Q in season 3, sorry. But yeah, the season finale is brilliant. There's some amazing scenes for both Picard and Q in that episode. Q's also responsible for introducing them to the Borg in Q Who, where Picard says that they're ready to face anything that's out there. So Q's response is, "Oh, really?" and then sends them to the other side of the galaxy with a snap of his fingers. The second character that I want to talk about is Guinan. She's also in that episode where it's implied that she has a history with Q. And she's played phenomenally by Whoopi Goldberg. She's essentially the kindly bartender character trope. But done so well. She became... she was never regular enough to be a series regular. I think she only appears in a couple of dozen episodes throughout the series of The Next Generation. But even ones that she's in just a bit part, she gets some amazing lines. For example, there's an episode where Data builds a daughter, and the daughter, Lal, comes to work in 10 Forward, where the bar is. So Guinan's like helping guide her on love, because Lal's looking at all these all these couples interacting, and she finds that fascinating. So Whoopi Goldberg gives her that insight, but then at the same time that leads to comic effect as well. I do strongly recommend that episode as well, The Outcast, for Data. It's a absolutely phenomenal one. The idea of should Data be allowed to procreate, because he essentially builds another android. So yeah, that's Next Generation. Deep Space Nine I'll probably say for last, because there's a lot of supporting characters in Deep Space Nine, and it's my favourite series. I could probably talk about it for hours. So I will come back to that. I'm going to put a pin in that for now. Voyager's one I struggle with, because I think part of the reason I struggle with it is because of Gene Roddenberry had an edict on his shows, which was upheld by Rick Berman, that the characters couldn't really have interpersonal conflict. Now, they struggled with that in Next Generation. They usually had some sort of outside influence, which is what caused the conflict between the crew. And it also meant that the characters of the Next Generation didn't really change much. There was no issue with that, really, because the characters of the Next Generation were so very, very well defined. Now, Deep Space Nine did introduce character conflict by basically having some members of the cast be civilian or non-Starfleet, so that it would create tension that way. Then when Ira Steven Behr took over as showrunner, he kind of did what he wanted to anyway, whether Rick Berman liked it or not. You get the feeling Ira Steven Behr was a bit more of a why ask permission when you could just ask for forgiveness, just do it anyway and see what happens kind of a person. And it meant that the characters in Star Trek Deep Space Nine did develop over time, and I mean they were already pretty well written from the start anyway. The pilot episode Emissary, which introduces most of the main cast, outlines very, very well who all these people are. Emissary is one of the best pilots. Voyager, however, sort of goes back and forth on whether it's allowing the characters to develop or not, and whether there's conflict or not. For example, the pilot episode Caretaker sets up these characters beautifully. We know their characters, their motivations, the differences between them. The crew is made up of, Starfleet officers and Maquis rebels, as well as a couple of civilians. But by the end of pretty much halfway through season 1, I'd say, most of the interpersonal conflict is kind of gone. And the characters are just a Starfleet crew working together. And as the show went on, some characters really got more and more writing, which allowed them to develop. And some really didn't. Some had developments that were introduced and discarded again within one episode. For example, in one episode, it's revealed that Chakotay used to box. He likes to box. And then that episode focuses on him boxing, and then it's never brought up again. And this was quite late in. This was like season 5 that they reveal this. And it's never brought up before or since that he's interested in boxing. So as a result, picking characters I liked from Voyager is kind of hard. But I did manage to find some. For example, I'm a big fan of the Doctor in Voyager. The Doctor is one of the characters who I do think is allowed to develop. He's played by Robert Picardo. He's literally just called the Doctor because he's an emergency medical hologram. He's not designed to be... He's designed to be a short-term program. So when he originally appears, his bedside manner is completely lacking. He's quite crotchety at the fact that there's no other medical staff aboard. But as time goes on, he mellows, and he gets some amazing episodes to develop. And while certain plot threads in some of those episodes might never be brought up again, like, for example, one episode gives him a holographic family, and after that episode, that family never reappears. But the effect they had on the Doctor does seem to stick around, which is good. I think that's a great idea. Robert Picardo, I think, does a very, very good job as the Doctor. Certain episodes that I really like with the Doctor are obviously the one with his family, which I have unfortunately forgotten the name of right now. There's an episode called Latent Image as well, where he finds out that his memory was wiped after he lost a patient. Because for reasons I don't really want to spoil, but it's very, very well done. He kind of has a dealing with grief moment in that. There's also another episode where, similar to Measure of Man, they explore his rights as a holographic life form after he sends a book to Earth, which then becomes very, very famous. And the person who made the book, who published the book, tries to get rich off of it, essentially. And yeah, it's a decent one. Author, I think it's called. But where the Doctor, I think, really shined as well was in his interactions with Seven of Nine. Now, Seven of Nine is a Borg character played by Jerry Ryan, introduced in season 4. Seven of Nine is originally she's written into the show, I think, as the sex appeal. She's given this very constructed costume to wear. I mean, Jerry Ryan has a great figure anyway, but this costume enhances it and tucks bits and shifts bits and lifts bits up, and yeah, it's I once saw the garment that she wore underneath the cat suit that you see on the costume, and it's an elaborate piece of construction, let's put it that way. Can't have been very comfortable, I don't think. But what happens with Seven of Nine is, as a former Borg, and someone who was in the Borg for a long time, she was a member of the Borg since she was a child. So what happens is she slowly recovers her humanity. And she gets some fabulous episodes. Again, there's one episode where her and the Doctor, for example, swap bodies, essentially. So you have them playing each other, which is very, very funny. Yeah, that's a bizarre one. That's brilliant. There's an episode where a Borg drone appears. I think the episode's called One. And by the end of the episode, the Borg drone is dying and she's struggling with losing him. And that's very interesting. She also takes on sort of a mentor figure to a couple of children that they managed to free from the collective, as well as another child that's already on board the ship, called Naomi Wildman, who's a very good character, actually. She only appears in a handful of episodes, but they lucked out because the child actress they get to play her is very, very good. So yeah, Seven, it's hard to pinpoint key episodes, but she's just a very, very nuanced character, I think. I do struggle, I think, some ways, because I am just less familiar with Voyager than I am with other shows. Tuvok and Neelix were two other characters that I did like. Neelix does have some problems, especially in early seasons, regarding his relationship with Kes. He comes off a bit toxic in some respects. And Tuvok but his interactions with Tuvok are generally brilliant. Tuvok himself is also a very, very good character. There's one episode where the two of them are actually fused together, called Tuvix, which is absolutely fantastic. And the merged form is played by a completely different actor to either of them, who, again, does a phenomenal job as the merged form of two other characters, because he's kind of a person in his own right while also being elements of these two other individuals. So that's very well done. It's quite a heart-rending episode. It's in season 2. There are some people who will tell you with Voyager, like, skip seasons 1 to 3, because the series does really get good when the Borg get introduced in season 4, when 7 of 9 joins the cast. But there are some phenomenal episodes that you miss if you do that. For example, Q appears in one episode called Death Wish, where a member of the Q continuum wants to die. So to die, he has to become mortal. So they have a trial featuring Q and this other Q who wants to die, who later becomes named Quinn. So yeah, you miss that episode in season 2. Yeah, if you skip those other episodes, so you miss episodes like that and Tuvix, which I don't think I wouldn't recommend skipping at all. I think they're very, very good episodes. Tuvix is one of the episodes that causes me to dislike Janeway. I'm not a huge fan of Janeway as the captain, mainly because I just don't particularly like her character. Yeah, in a lot of episodes, Janeway can come off quite callous to some of the people, not just in her crew, but also some of the people that they encounter. So yeah, I can sometimes struggle with Janeway as a captain. Another episode that I think does work really well, that I'd probably point out, is the Voyager's 100th episode. I believe it's called Timeless, which is a good development point for a character who's kind of sidelined a lot in Voyager, which is Harry Kim. you find out in Timeless is set predominantly in the alternate timeline where Voyager crashed 25 years ago. So Harry Kim, who, like I said, gets sidelined for a lot of Voyager, this future version of Kim has sort of left with the guilt that his actions caused the death of all of his friends and his determination to fix it. And it's very, very well done. I think that is probably Harry Kim's best episode. Harry Kim did kind of get a short shift overall in Star Trek Voyager. Another character who got short shift in Voyager is the character of Kes. Kes was the 9th member of the cast before she was replaced by 7 of 9 in season 4. So she is she's played by Jennifer Leon, and she's essentially a young woman. She's a young woman who's essentially a child when we meet her. Her race only lives for 9 years, but she develops some quite phenomenal psychic powers during the course of the show. But one episode where I think she really shines, because again, Voyager has a lot of these episodes where the characters will really shine in one particular episode. And Kes, the one I'd very much recommend for her, is an episode in season 3 called Before and After, where we essentially see Kes at the end of her life, then going backwards throughout her life. And it's a very interesting take on a time travel story, because her memories are from the points we originally see. So she can't remember her younger life and is kind of told about it as she gradually goes back further and further, which is very, very interesting. There's a lot of cause and effect type stuff going on in it as like a reverse time travel story. But yeah, Star Trek does a lot of time travel stories, and Before and After, I think, is definitely one of the better ones. And I think Jennifer Leon's performance as Kes in that episode in particular is fantastic and does actually help ground that episode really, really well. Enterprise is the other series where, again, I don't like many of the cast. Enterprise has a smaller cast than the other seasons that came before. Deep Space Nine and TN and Voyager both have like a main cast of 9 people. Enterprise goes back to 7. Of those 7, not all of them get equal development. The main focus is on the trio of Captain Archer, T'Pol, and Trip, the chief engineer. Now, Trip is brilliant, as is T'Pol. They've got some very, very good character development between them, especially as they approach a relationship towards later seasons of the show. Captain Archer, however, I think is very, very well done by Scott Bakula. He's the difference between Bakula's Captain Archer, and, for example, Shatner's Kirk, or Patrick Stewart's Jean-Luc Picard, or even Kate Mulgrew's Captain Janeway, is Archer is literally out there on his own. He is the frontier captain, and yeah, he plays the role perfectly. Archer he goes back to the Kirk style, roguish hero, but not quite to the same level of Kirk. Like, we do see Archer as a diplomat as well. Sometimes a bit of a bit inexperienced and a bit of a clumsy diplomat, but he is definitely a diplomat. He's willing to try and talk if it will help. And I think it's a very well written character, and I think as the core of the show, the 3 of them are very well written in general. But I do especially like Archer of the 3. Of the secondary supporting cast, a couple of them are rather forgettable, I'm sorry to say. Hoshi Sato and Travis Mayweather, for example, are both very forgettable. However, Malcolm Reed and Dr. Phlox are both brilliant. Phlox, again, is quite witty comic relief. He's an alien, and he's a very unusual alien that we've never seen before, called Denobulan. Just so cheerful all the time, which makes him a joy to watch. Even in episodes where he only gets like a couple of scenes, he's again kind of the frontier medicine. Like, he's got a small vivarium of animals that he brings along with them on their mission, because he uses the animals to procure treatments, and he's got plants that he grows medicine from, and all sorts of things like that. He's a very, very interesting character. But Malcolm Reed was one that I especially liked. Reed and Trip form quite an unusual friendship throughout the series. Starts in the episode Shuttlepod 1 and becomes sort of more prominent throughout season 3, especially, where there's a definite sort of camaraderie and understanding between the two of them. And Reed, again, is just a very, very well done character. He's very nuanced, very subtle. A lot of it is in Dominic Keating's performance as Reed, which I find quite interesting. Keating, I think, said he tried to play Reed as... Sorry, excuse my phone again. I think he tried to play Reed as a gay man, which he did very, very well. It's never explicitly stated, but Reed does come across as kind of a consummate bachelor on the show. And yeah, compared to how forgettable he could have been, like I said, Hoshi and Mayweather, even though they probably get maybe more character focused episodes than Reed does, they just seem more forgettable than Reed ever did. So yeah, I think a lot of that is in Dominic Keating's performance as the character, and I think he deserves a bit of respect for that. I think Malcolm Reed is a very well done character in the cast, in that he's noticeable and memorable without ever sort of stealing the focus away from the characters who are more central to the scene. Yeah, it's very well done. Right, now to take the pin out of the Deep Space Nine characters that I was talking about and go back to them. Now, Deep Space Nine as a series features 9 main cast members throughout its run. However, Deep Space Nine, more than any other show, is probably more notable for the amount of recurring characters it has. Now, I mean, there's over 170 episodes of Deep Space Nine, and I think even the most prominent of the recurring characters only appears in about 40-odd episodes. The thing is, when those supporting characters appear, they tend to appear with a very definite intention of using them for a particular story, and also perhaps most prominent for some of them is that the way the Star Trek series at the time were filmed, they were usually filming roughly 4 episodes at the time in blocks. So you could be filming a scene from one episode one day and then a scene from another episode another day. So when they tend to have guest actors in for certain episodes, particularly at the start, particularly towards the end of the series as it carried on, they sprinkle them in the other episodes that were filming at the time as well, adding to the fact that the feel of Deep Space Nine as being this station where all these characters lived. And I think it definitely... I mean, there are some characters that... some of these main recurring characters that don't appear until season 4 or season 5. And even in season 4 or season 5, they might only appear for one episode. but then they'll become quite prominent characters towards the end. I think one of the reasons is that Deep Space Nine, more than any of the other series, sort of made efforts towards serialization, which I mentioned earlier on. Not to the same extent as the more modern Trek shows have. And not to the extent that Star Trek Enterprise did. Star Trek Enterprise Season 3 was one entire long story arc. Like from the last episode of Season 2 up until the end of the second episode of Season 4 is one long continuous story arc. Each episode directly leads into the next one. And it's very, very well done. Like the whole season is phenomenal as a result. And then Season 4 tends to be broken up into 2 or 3 episode arcs before its inevitable cancellation. Deep Space Nine never went to that extent, but at the same time, events did happen that would last multiple episodes. It was Star Trek Next Generation sort of started the idea of an end-of-season cliffhanger to lead into the next episode, to the next season, the first episode of the next season. It started that with the Best of Both Worlds series, episodes where Picard gets assimilated by the Borg, which end on a cliffhanger of Riker telling Worf to fire at the Borg ship and potentially kill Picard. So obviously that's a plot thread that makes you want to come back. And again, the Best of Both Worlds itself didn't even conclude in the second episode. There's definite character beats of the aftermath of Picard's assimilation into Locutus that plays into the episode Family, which is the second episode of Season 4. And obviously there's some other recurring story arcs, like Lore is quite a prominent character in the I believe Season 6, Season 7 two-parter, which is called Descent, which again also features the Borg, but features a character called Hugh, who appeared in a Season 5 episode, as well as Lore returning from his own previous appearances. What Deep Space Nine did, though, was it was never to the extent that you kind of had to watch every week. You could miss certain episodes. But if you did stick with the show, you were definitely rewarded by these evolving character arcs. Unlike Voyager, which, like I said, sort of had ideas appear for one episode and then were never seen again. Deep Space Nine did feature the characters changing. Like the characters were very well defined in the opening episode, Emissary, but they did evolve and develop throughout the years. Their opinions would soften or change, or certain relationships they had with other characters would either evolve and develop into something else or perhaps deteriorate completely. So as a result, there's a lot of very, very well done characters. And then this is on top of the actual serialized episodes which they did. So, for example, the last episode of Season 5 and the opening 6 episodes of Season 6 are what are generally called the Dominion War arc. Season 5 ends with the Dominion taking control of the station of Deep Space Nine, and it isn't reclaimed until episode 6 of Season 6. So it's just a phenomenal series of episodes that build on each other, with our crew and our cast of characters kind of separated all throughout. There's some characters left on the station, both hero and villain. There's other characters on the Starship Defiant, and then there's some other characters, our Klingon-based characters, on their own ship, including Worf. And it's very, very well done. The thing is, though, it led to a lot of plot lines. For example, I spoke earlier about All Good Things and how phenomenal that episode was at tying together the Next Generation for its conclusion, for its finale. Despite the fact that films followed, the main
plot and character threads of the Next Generation TV series were closed. And Deep Space Nine tried to do something similar, but Deep Space Nine couldn't do it in a single feature-length episode. Instead, the entire final 10 episodes, essentially, due to the double-length finale of Next Generation of Deep Space Nine Season 7 become what's called the final chapter, which is this 10 episode arc featuring all the characters maneuvering into like the end game and how that all plays off. And it's phenomenally done. It's really, really well done. And this is on top of their standard, end of season cliffhanger informing the start of the next season, which they do as well from season 2. Season 2 leads directly into the start of season 3, the end of season 3 to season 4, and so on. And, several story arcs around the planet Bajor, around particular characters, recur throughout the series as well. So I'm going to highlight some characters and give examples of that, of why I think those characters are particularly great. Now, some of these are main cast members, some of them are not, and I will specify. One of my favourite main characters is Colonel Kira, or Major Kira. She originally begins. She becomes Colonel later on. She's the first officer. She's a member of the Bajoran militia. She used to be a terrorist / freedom fighter working against the Cardassian occupation of Bajor. And she very openly admits she was essentially a terrorist. And she gets some phenomenal episodes. Her opinions of Cardassians change throughout the series. And her final story arc sees her in the final chapter helping a Cardassian form his own freedom fighters against the Dominion. She's just brilliantly done. She gets some great storylines. There's one storyline where she becomes pregnant, but not with her own baby. It's with a human baby that has to be transplanted into her, basically using science fiction shenanigans to explain the fact that the actress Nana, our visitor, was actually pregnant and was starting to show. And yeah, Kira's a very good character. Her gradual change and her mellowing of her feelings to the other characters on the station is very interesting. She's a character who's essentially lost her childhood as well, so seeing her attempts at trying to relax and become more at home with herself and her own free time is quite interesting as well. She has several relationships throughout the series, which are among my favourites. Her interactions with the Cardassian recurring villain character Dukat, are amazing. Dukat is sometimes an ally, but more often an enemy of the crew of Deep Space Nine, and his own particular interactions with Kira are fantastic. Dukat is one of the main recurring bad guys in Star Trek, and probably one of the best villains that Star Trek has ever produced. He's a complete sleaze. He sees Kira as almost like an object to win, feeling that if he can only win her approval, it will make up for all the horrible things he did while he was, in charge of the occupation of Bajor. In his own mind, he's a hero. Dukat himself also undergoes a phenomenal arc in season 4, where he discovers a long lost daughter that he had with a Bajoran slave named Tora Zial. And obviously the affair he had with the slave was behind his wife's back. So in finding Zial and bringing her back to Cardassia, he not only loses his family, he kind of loses respect of a lot of people in the government. He ends up demoted, etc. And Kira not only helps him find Zial, but then also Dukat then is responsible for taking her to Cardassia to share information on behalf of the Bajoran government. During that particular mission, Dukat, we find out everything Dukat has lost by having Zial by his side. Zial and Kira bond brilliantly, but then the episode itself is called Return to Grace because it features Dukat capturing a Klingon bird of prey and sort of earning his status back in the Cardassian government in his quest for power. So yeah, that's very interesting as well. Kira's other main relationship is with the station's chief of security, who is Constable Odo. Odo is a shapeshifter. He's the only one we know at the start of the show, but we later find out that his people live in the Gamma Quadrant on the far side of the galaxy, and they are the founders of the Dominion. The Dominion is kind of an evil anti-Federation, which is set up like the main antagonists of Deep Space Nine. And Odo is in love with Kira, and kind of always has been. That's pretty much clear from like the moment we meet him. But it takes a long time before they eventually get together, and before Kira is actually aware of his feelings towards her, takes several years. And Odo gets some brilliant stories, especially when he deals with his people and his connection to them and his longing to return to them, despite knowing how absolutely awful they are. So yeah, some of Odo's development is brilliant. There's a two-parter episode which also features another character, a recurring character of Garak, who is the only Cardassian left on Deep Space Nine. He's an exile, and as far as we're aware, he's a spy. So we don't know. As a former spy, he's now a tailor on the station. And Garak is, the episode where Odo reveals that he wants to go back to his people is tortured out of him by Garak. In an episode, I believe the episode's called The Die Is Cast, which is the second of a two-parter. Deep Space Nine had a trend for doing two-parters that didn't have the same name. In most other series, the two-parters will have the same name, so they're easier to find. Paradise Lost and The Die Is Cast, I believe, was the two-parter in question here. And yeah, Garak himself is a brilliant character as well. He forms a quite close rapport with Dr. Bashir, the station's chief medical officer, who's quite young and idealistic. Andrew Robinson, who plays Garak, plays him fabulously. Like, Garak is very clearly written and portrayed to be a gay man at the start, is very interested in Bashir. But Garak as well sort of exists in a web of lies. There's an episode called The Wire in season 2 where Garak gives multiple accounts of the reason why he was exiled from Cardassia, and they're all very different, and they all relate to a compatriot of his called Elim, who is a recurring character throughout all of these stories. And then we find out later in the episode, Bashir finds out that Elim is actually Garak's first name. And Garak hints at the end of the episode that, all of the stories he was telling were true. To which Bashir's response is, even the lies? And Garak says, especially the lies. And he's just such a brilliant character. It's very, very well written and consistently amazing. He gets a much bigger role during the Dominion arc, because Cardassia is on the side of the Dominion. So he becomes quite pivotal to the Federation's efforts to deal with Cardassia. And to, sort of help the Federation against them, which then causes him his own problems as well. So yeah, I do like Garak. Bashir himself as well is also another particular favourite of mine. I especially like him in early seasons where a lot of the characters seem to find him quite annoying. But he eventually develops quite a strong rapport with both Kira and O'Brien, who are the two characters who seem especially irked by him in earlier episodes. Chief O'Brien was a minor character on Next Generation. He was a transporter chief who was gradually given more and more development as the show went on. And we learned that he fought in war against the Cardassians as a junior Starfleet officer. He's not, he never went to Starfleet Academy. He's an enlisted man. He basically signed up to the service. And he's chief engineer on Deep Space Nine. And O'Brien is fantastic. Very well developed. He's the everyman. He gets a lot of episodes which take the format of the O'Brien must suffer. I think because O'Brien was the everyman, he was the perfect one to put in a position of suffering. He had a family, so he was very relatable to a lot of the audience. For example, there's one episode called Hard Time where O'Brien he's falsely accused of doing something, but by the time his friends are able to, his crew members are able to free him, he's already had 20 years of memories for an incarceration downloaded into his head. So it's only been a few minutes, but he's essentially lived a 20-year prison sentence inside his head. And eventually we learn that O'Brien essentially had a cellmate within this prison sentence. And he eventually killed this man after years of, almost a decade and a half of friendship, because he thought he was holding food from him. It turned out that, his cellmate was essentially saving them food so that they wouldn't go hungry, because occasionally the guards just didn't feed them. And it's very well played. Cole Meany, the actor who portrays O'Brien, does a brilliant job in that episode, especially, of a character who's essentially suffering from severe trauma. Like when he gets back to his family, he can't sleep in the bed because it's too soft. When he's given dinner, he immediately starts trying to save some of it. Yeah, and throughout the ending of the episode, he's talking with Bashir while he's got a phaser pressed under his chin, like ready to end his own life because he's struggling that much. And yeah, there's a lot of episodes like that where I think Hard Time is, to me, my favorite of the O'Brien Must Suffer episodes, but it's very, very well done. The other, I mean, I could go on and on about all the characters from Deep Space Nine. They're all phenomenal. Captain Sisko, I think, is probably my favorite captain in the entire series. He was also a very, very great role model for Black audiences. Being a single father, with his son Jake. Jake is very well developed. He starts as a kid on the show and gradually grows into a young man, and his development and his journey throughout that is fantastic. And yeah, I really like what they did with Cisco. Eventually we find out that Cisco is sort of connected to the Bajoran prophets who have made him their emissary. And it puts him into an ending that Avery Brooks was apparently quite unhappy with. But there's an addendum there that, the ending for the character isn't permanent. Deep Space Nine was written to have a very deliberate ending. It was never intended to spin off into films or anything. Like Voyager doesn't quite have the same thing, because there were talk of spinning the Voyager cast off into films, which didn't happen. But Deep Space Nine has a definite ending. At the end of Deep Space Nine, the crew separates. They all kind of go their own ways. A couple of the other great supporting characters are Kai Wynn, who is the Bajoran spiritual leader. She is a phenomenal foil for the crew, and especially for Kira in a lot of episodes. She's kind of driven by faith, her faith in the prophets, but that puts her oftentimes at odds with Kira and Cisco. She essentially, again, is almost a villain, but very definitely an antagonist in pretty much all of her episodes that she appears. She's played brilliantly. She's played by Louise Fletcher, who played Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And her role as Wynn is not quite as malicious as Nurse Ratched, but there's definitely undertones of that sinister nature there. The other two characters I wanted to speak about before I get to my last one is Damar. Damar is a Cardassian who was originally just introduced as, an officer on board Dukat's ship in Return to Grace. He then goes on to be Dukat's right-hand man and one of the leaders of the Cardassians under the Dominion, a counterpart to the villain Weyoun, who is a member of the Dominion. And Damar, towards the final episodes of the series, turns against the Dominion. He's almost been driven to a sheer hatred of them, and it's phenomenal. You realise he's become an alcoholic. He's kind of lost his family and lost his way, and he sort of hates who he's become. He looks at himself in the mirror with hatred and pours the bottle of alcohol away, and sort of resolves then and there to fight the Dominion. And it's his resistance movement that Kira and Garak and Odo go to Cardassia to aid. And it's phenomenal what Damar's character development and how he's used in that final episode, in the final episodes of the season. Absolutely brilliant. And the other main character not main character, but main recurring character that I want to talk about again before my last one is Martok. Martok is a Klingon general. He appears originally as an antagonist in seasons 4 and 5 before, due to numerous twists and turns, becoming a sort of a semi-regular member of the crew, leader of a Klingon detachment on the station in later on in season 5. Martok, to me, is the consummate Klingon. As good as Worf is in kind of giving us our first insight into Klingon culture in The Next Generation and earlier on in Deep Space Nine, Martok is sort of what I'd think of as a Klingon. He is a warrior born. He's low-born compared to a lot of the Klingon nobility that we've seen up until now. He's a man with a wife that he completely adores. She appears in one episode, but her reaction their interactions together are absolutely fantastic. He becomes a very close friend and mentor figure to Worf, a close friend and ally to Sisko. And yeah, Martok is just he's very, very well done. He's less of the matter of honor Klingon and more you see in him kind of the bravery and confidence of what you'd expect of like the average soldier. And I think Martok's very well done. The final character I want to talk about, I've forgotten one other one. One other one from the main cast who I haven't talked about is Dax. Dax is actually played by two actresses throughout the show, because Dax is a composite character and that they're a symbiont. There is the host, Dax, and then the living body that the host is implanted into. For the first 6 seasons, that's the character of Jadzia, played by Terry Farrell, and for the final season, it's Ezri, played by Nicole DeBoer. And both of them are Dax, but they're also very, very different takes on the character. Jadzia is LeVar Burton, while directing an episode nicknamed Terry Farrell Action Barbie, in her role as Dax. She's very fun-loving, very outgoing, very gregarious. She later ends up marrying Worf, who by counterpoint is very stoic. So that's really an interesting juxtaposition between them. And Dax is just lovely. The character of Dax, Sisko knew her in her last host as Curzon, who was like a mentor figure to him when he was a young man in Starfleet. So he calls her old man. She's very comfortable with herself and who she is. And so, yeah, Jadzia is just fantastic. She provides a very solid voice of reason. She's a scientist. Some of her episodes, again, due to some behind-the-scenes sexism, are maybe not so great, but the ones that are fantastic. And she's generally a very well-liked member of the ensemble and generally considered a very strong female characterization. Ezri is a lot younger than Jadzia is. She's a bit more timid at first. She gradually does develop into being closer to the Dax we know. But unfortunately, we do only get 1 season with her. But the season we do get, the storylines that she does get a lot of development in her season. I think, and she's a very worthy replacement for Jadzia. But I think the fact that she was a replacement for Jadzia is one of the reasons that people disliked her so much, especially at first when the series was airing. But I do think Ezri is a very well done character, considering the big shoes that Nicole DeBoer had to fill on the cast. I think she did a phenomenal job, and Ezri is a very, very different character to Jadzia, so having the two of them and their counterpoint really helps to illustrate that. And like I said, the final character I want to talk about for Deep Space Nine is a recurring character, and he's actually the recurring character with the most appearances, and that's Nog. Nog is a young Ferengi. When we first meet him, he's essentially introduced to be the foil and best friend of Jake Sisko. However, what actually develops is that Nog becomes... Nog, in some ways, becomes responsible for changing Ferengi society as a whole. There's an episode where he asks Sisko in season 3, it's called Heart of Stone, and it's one of a few episodes where I think the B plot of the episode, which involves Nog and Sisko, is actually stronger than the A plot of the episode, which features Odo and Kira. And, the stuff with Odo and Kira is still fantastic. It's still really well done. But to me, the pivotal scene of the episode is but essentially, Nog asks Cisco to sponsor his admission to Starfleet Academy. He wants to join Starfleet. Cisco is dubious at first and sees it as some kind of scam or con. He's not been particularly fond of the Ferengi on the station in general. And, especially Quark, who is the main Ferengi member of the cast, who is Nog's uncle. And he sees that there might be some, he's been disapproving of Nog's friendship with Jake, but has gradually gone along with it. And he worries that there's some sort of scam here. So he gives Nog several tasks under Jadzia's guidance to sort of test him. And there's no foul play at all. So Cisco sort of really wants to drill into what Nog's motivation is here. And Nog breaks down and says that his father is an engineering genius, which we've seen in previous episodes. Rom is a phenomenal engineer. He's essentially kept Quark's bar running through disaster after disaster, with hardly any parts and hardly any money. But Nog says he's an engineering genius, but as a Ferengi society dictates that he be a trader, that he be a businessman. And Rom is a terrible businessman. If he joins Starfleet under any other culture, he could be phenomenal for what he is. But in Ferengi society, he will always be a failure. And Nog knows that just like his father, he is never going to make a good businessman. So he wants to join Starfleet to make something of his life. And, the speech that Aaron Eisenberg gives as Nog in that episode is phenomenal. It's said with pure emotion, and it's absolutely brilliant. So Nog then goes and joins Starfleet, goes through the academy. He's a cadet. He then graduates to an ensign during the Dominion War. And then during the second year of the Dominion War, in season 7, Nog loses his leg during a battle. His leg has to be amputated, and it's replaced with a prosthetic. But Nog essentially gets PTSD and flashbacks over the trauma of losing his leg. And he deals with it in the episode It's Only a Paper Moon by staying in the holodeck program of a lounge singer called Vic Fontaine, who's played by James Darren. And, he forms this rapport with Vic. He joins Vic. He kind of helps Vic balance his books and run his casino, and proves that he's actually a pretty decent Ferengi. But at the same time, Nog is very clearly suffering. He wants to, live out his treatment, his rehabilitation in a holodeck program. And eventually Vic realizes that what Nog's doing is causing more harm than good. And yeah, Nog has to deal with the horror of what he's gone through as a young man in a war. The horror of what he's gone through, losing his leg, seeing friends die, realizing that he could die. And again, it's another brilliant episode. Aaron Eisenberg spoke out in the making of documentary, What We Left Behind, saying that numerous soldiers or servicemen and women have written to him after seeing that episode, being moved by Nog's story. And I think, Aaron Eisenberg is an actor who unfortunately passed away recently, I think it was last year, along with Rene Auberjonois, who played Odo. They both passed within months of each other. But I think the two of them, the body of work that they left behind in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and some of the episodes that they left behind, especially Nog, but also Rene Auberjonois as Odo. But some of the episodes and performances that Aaron Eisenberg left behind showed that he was a a brilliant actor, and the character of Nog has left an indelible mark upon people. And I think that's absolutely brilliant. And, you know, it's not all doom and gloom with Nog. There's another episode called Treachery, Faith, and the Great River, which sees Nog essentially bartering away bits of the station to curry favour to eventually get the part that Chief O'Brien needs to repair the Defiant, which causes conflict with a whole load of characters. There's, I think, another episode for the uniform where Nog stands up against the character of Martok, being a very short Ferengi standing up against a 6 foot tall Klingon. And yeah, Nog was a brilliant character, and to me is probably one of my favourite characters in Star Trek ever. But Deep Space Nine has so many other characters that I haven't even spoken about. The character of Michael Eddington, for example. The character of Weyoun, who I've barely touched on. The female founder. And, the malice that Salome Jens is able to bring to that role. Yeah, Deep Space Nine is just amazing, and I heartily recommend it. I think it's one of the series that works best when watched nowadays, because you can kind of binge a few episodes at a time, especially for season 1 and season 2, where there's not as many great episodes, and they're kind of sprinkled with some episodes where the show is trying to find its feet. But knowing what it becomes, it's well worth sticking with it to get some of the amazing stuff that's there. Now, the modern Star Trek series are much more serialized. There's only a few characters I want to talk about here, and I'm kind of going to skip over them because there's not as much to talk about them. A couple of them are quite recent additions to my list of favourite characters. Discovery is a series that has a very serialized nature. Each season tells one particular story arc, and the story arcs themselves are very, very good. And the development of the characters within those story arcs, I think, is one of the main things that I like. You have the Kelpian Saru, who is part of a race that is essentially bred as prey. They're almost like cattle, like sentient cattle, harvested by the other race on their planet called the Baul. Saru was able to escape his own planet when he was a youngster and was found by the Federation, and so joined Starfleet. He's had some brilliant development that's lasted over the course of the 3 seasons, as he essentially found out more about Kelpian society, and that maybe his species weren't bred to be cattle. Maybe they have other abilities. In season 2, he's played phenomenally by Doug Jones, who I think is a very, very underrated actor, mainly known for playing bizarre characters in heavy prosthetic makeup. But he does, which obviously he is a Saru here, but he does an absolutely brilliant job. We spoke, myself and Tallulah, on our last episode, was speaking about characters like Tilly on Discovery. Tilly is a young, very energetic ensign who is very determined to be captain one day. So she's a joy to watch. She's, again, comic relief, but more just to this sort of fun that she brings to her scenes. She's very endearing. There's the more sort of stoic but very sardonic as well, Paul Stamets, who is famous, is played by Anthony Rapp, and is quite famous for being one of the first openly out gay characters in Star Trek. It's kind of hard to look back on Star Trek and realize it took that long for a gay character, a queer character, to be in a prominent role. Star Trek has not handled LGBTQ issues very well throughout its run, but Discovery went a long way towards trying to address that and to change it. And Stamets and his husband Hugh are a key part of that, as well as the non-binary character of Adira, who is introduced in season 3. And Adira sort of becomes like a surrogate child to Stamets and Hugh, and that's, again, very endearing, very lovely to watch. Adira's partner Gray, who, Adira themselves is played by a non-binary actor in Blue Del Barrio, and their partner Gray is played by Ian Alexander, a trans man, which Gray also is. So again, there's a lot of queer characters, and they formed like a kind of very queer found family in the middle of Discovery's crew. There's also another prominent queer character introduced in season 2 in a recurring role, which is Jet Reno. She's played by comedian Tig Notaro. Reno is a fantastic character. She serves brilliantly as a foil to Stamets. She has some of the best lines in any episode she is in. Usually most of her lines are laugh out loud, rip-roariously funny. And yeah, she's just a joy to watch. The main central character of Michael Burnham as well is also brilliant. There's a very large, like I said, there's an ensemble cast in Discovery, in that there's a few main cast members, but again, like Deep Space Nine before it, there's a lot of very prominent recurring characters. For example, other characters of the bridge crew, such as Kayla Detmer or Awoshikun, who is the navigator, Reese, Bryce, etc., who are other bridge officers, Arium, who is a prominent character in season 2, are all characters who have kind of appeared in the background and then are gradually given more development as the series goes on. I'm hoping that continues, because what I've seen for some of them is really good, and season 3 especially was starting to give some of these characters a lot more development than they'd have previously. Especially Detmer and Owo, who are two that I quite like. You may have noticed there's a lot of female characters. There's a lot more racially diverse characters as well. Discovery is probably the most inclusive Star Trek series to date, in terms of its diversity. In fact, I think at one point there was a poster for season 3 released, and there was not a single white male in the crew, and even as a white male, I found that amazing. I mean, there's technically Saru, who's played by a white male actor, but that was, Saru's an alien, and we've gone from the original Star Trek, where the captain was a white male, most of the crew were white males, with the exception of 2 or 3. 2, wasn't it, with Uhura and Sulu, through to Next Generation, which had a few more women, and then Deep Space Nine, which had a black captain. Deep Space Nine, again, is one of the more racially diverse ones. O'Brien is pretty much the only white male human in the cast. Alexander Siddig is Middle Eastern, of Middle Eastern heritage anyway. Jadzia and Esri, while white, are both women. And other actors who are played by other characters who are played by white males, like, for example, Odo and Quark, are actually aliens, so they go non-human. To then seeing that reversed with Voyager and Enterprise, and then have it back on track with that diversity quota in... diversity quota makes it sound like a forced issue. It's not. I think it's really, really well done. I like the idea of just having the characters be characters. Again, Picard has kind of done a similar thing. There's not as many I mean, the season 1 of Picard, there were a few more white male characters, but they were non-humans. There was the Romulan Narek, sorry, and a few other characters as well who were white but non-male, like the Dr. Agnes, and of course, Picard himself being a white male character helming the show. But there's the character of Raffi, who is introduced and is a black woman. There's Cristobal Rios, the captain, who is a Latin American man. So it's nice to see more diversity and more development going forward. I'm hoping that continues as well with Strange New Worlds when that is developed. I believe the casting that's been revealed suggests that it will. Despite the fact that Anson Mount is leading the cast as Pike and Ethan Peck is returning as Spock and Rebecca Romijn as number 1, that we get some more more diversity. It's like there's an episode of Discovery which features the first all-female away team, and it's not even commented on. It's just a passing reference. You don't realise it until later on, but they're all main female characters. They're all named. We know all who they are. And they get an action scene, they get character development, they get emotional beats. It's brilliant. It's really well done, what they've done with diversity on Discovery. And yeah, long may that continue. I also am a big fan of Star Trek Lower Decks and its cast. More recently, the character of Boimler on Discovery. I said in a previous episode, he made a speech sort of comparing the old Star Trek and the new, because Lower Decks is more episodic than the other new entries of Star Trek. For example, like season 1 of Picard essentially runs like a 10-hour film. Each episode doesn't necessarily feel like its own self-contained episode. It's definitely part of a greater whole. Whereas Discovery, each episode can still feel like a self-contained episode, while still contributing to the larger story. Feeling a bit more like Enterprise Season 3 in that regard. Or the serialization efforts on Deep Space Nine. Whereas Picard is essentially, like I said, a single story. So Lower Decks, however, is way more episodic. And in episode 2, Boimler, while serving on the Titan, he suggests that the Titan is essentially like interesting characters, but placed in high action, high octane sequences that sort of restrict their character development to an extent, which I can kind of agree with. Riker reappearing as captain of the Titan says that sometimes he misses the old Enterprise and how quiet it was, and sort of harkening back to the glory days of the Next Generation, which I think a lot of people would consider Next Generation as the high point of the franchise. Definitely that 18-year stretch with Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise on television, as well as the films that were taking place around them, was definitely, I think, probably the more prominent phase of Star Trek. And yeah, Boimler just kind of saying, he didn't join Starfleet to get into phaser fights. He joined Starfleet to go out and explore the cosmos, to do what Star Trek says, meet new life and new civilizations and boldly go exploring. And yeah, that speech that he made, it really kind of resonated with me, and that's what I like about Star Trek. As much as I love the new shows and the storylines and the approaches they're taking, I do think something maybe has been lost. And I'm hoping Star Trek Strange New Worlds or Star Trek Prodigy will be a step more sort of in that direction of, the new and the unknown. Speaking of Strange New Worlds, Pike returning in season 2 of Discovery, his portrayal by Anson Mount and the writing he got in some of his episodes cemented for me Captain Pike as one of my favorite characters in Trek. Star Trek Captain Pike, like I said, appears in the original pilot The Cage. He then reappears in the episode The Menagerie. And in The Menagerie, it's essentially a way to use the pilot footage that they shot for The Cage within a court-martial episode for Spock. And Pike in the episode he's played by a different actor. I've forgotten the actor's name. He's in heavy prosthetic makeup after suffering debilitating injuries, and is only able to talk through a chair that can beep. He's kind of locked into it. And it became a very popular thing within pop culture. It was I've seen references to Captain Pike's appearance in The Menagerie in a lot of things, from Family Guy through to South Park. Loads of other television shows have made reference to like the beeping chair, beep once for yes, twice for no kind of thing. And so we knew that at some point after The Cage, Pike would meet with this debilitating accident that leaves him in this chair. The Pike that we meet in season 2 of Discovery is before that incident, and he's still a captain. He's still captain of the Enterprise, but it's in between The Cage and The Menagerie. Like I said, it's still set about 10 years before The Menagerie. So Pike is, he's given command of the Discovery during its mission, and eventually helps the Discovery make its way to the 32nd century for season 3. But to do that, you get a follow-up episode called If Memory Serves, which follows up on the events of The Cage, sees him going back to the planet a second time, sees him interacting with the character of Vina from The Cage and the Telosians, and it's very, very well done. It builds brilliantly. He gets a really nice scene with Vina, and then of course knowing that in the Menagerie he will eventually end up back there with Vina later on in life was lovely. And then in a later episode, and unfortunately again I've forgotten the episode title, he takes a Klingon time crystal because they need it for their mission. But in taking the crystal, he sees that in the future what will happen to him, and he is told that if he takes that crystal, that fate will become set in stone. His accident, his paralysis, his injury will become set as his destiny. And Pike barely flinches. He says to himself, I'm a Starfleet officer, and I will accept any end, even if it is not the one I envisioned for myself. And he takes that crystal and embraces that fate because it's what he needs to do to save the Federation. And I think that scene cemented for a lot of people, including myself and a lot of people I know, just how good how brave and how compassionate and steadfast Captain Pike actually is. And I think, that scene more than anything, probably made me way more excited for the prospect of Strange New Worlds than any other scene in his series. I really want to see what we got from Captain Pike develop and become its own thing, because I think Pike has the potential to go down in Star Trek history as probably one of the greatest captains in the series, in the entire franchise. And I think it's deserved. So, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. So, you might perhaps wonder what I would recommend as perhaps some of the best Star Trek stories, especially to people who are not familiar with the huge body of work for Star Trek. Maybe you've only seen some episodes, or some seasons but not others, or maybe you're only familiar with some of the newer Star Trek stuff. I think I can provide a decent entry point, or at least one thing that I would recommend watching for every episode of Star Trek, some of which I've spoken about already. There are plenty of episodes I've already mentioned earlier on in this very lengthy podcast that I think are brilliant and thoroughly enjoyable. But I think if I was to pick one introduction for each, I think for the original series and the original cast of characters, so I'm including the animated series in this as well. As good as the animated series is, it works best as a follow-up to the original series, I think. I think the best original series episode to show to a newcomer or to experience for the first time is the episode The City on the Edge of Forever. I spoke about it earlier. It's a phenomenal episode. It's very well written. And is just a really good introduction to the characters of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. So yeah, that's the one I'd recommend for the original series. If you were to go for a film, I'd recommend starting with Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. I don't think you necessarily need to see Space Seed before it. I think the film works very, very well on the assumption that people haven't seen Space Seed. And as I watched it as a kid, that is how I experienced it. I experienced the film first and then watched Space Seed as a teenager. And it's a very, very good film, filled with some phenomenal performances. Ricardo Montalban as Khan is quite possibly the best film villain that Star Trek has ever had. Failing that, I don't think you can go wrong film-wise with the Kelvin timeline films, either Star Trek 2009 or Star Trek Beyond. I don't tend to think too highly of Into Darkness, especially as I find it a bit of a pale imitation of The Wrath of Khan. But Star Trek 2009 is a very good introduction to like a new take on the original series, and has a lot of action that makes it very interesting to watch. But Star Trek Beyond, I think, is much better at drilling down at what Star Trek is and the message of the Federation in a way, and some of the character work is just much better. It introduces the character of Jayla, played by Sophie Butanella, who is brilliant in it. A very engaging protagonist, and one that I really hoped we'd see more of. I was hoping Beyond would have a sequel by now. Beyond work is also the 50th anniversary film, and I think for what it did for the 50th anniversary and how it seems to have spurred on the new introduction to Star Trek, I think it's very, very good. For the next generation, I don't recommend starting with the pilot episode, Encounter at Farpoint. It's not great. The bits with Q are fantastic. Everything else is a bit strained, and some of the characters hadn't quite nailed down their roles yet. I think a much better introduction is the season 2 episode Q Who, which I mentioned before when talking about Q. It features Q quite prominently, sort of catching you up to speed with his role before you watch the rest of the series, and introduces the Borg, who become some of the most notable enemies within Star Trek. Failing that, I suppose another good episode is probably A Measure of a Man. The, again, also second season. That's the episode I spoke about with Data being put on trial to determine his sentience. Another phenomenal episode. And it plays like a courtroom drama, which most people are going to be perhaps more familiar with than cybernetic aliens, but still very interesting. Deep Space Nine is a series I would recommend as a whole. Like I said, it holds up very, very well, more than any other show, perhaps, in the modern day because of its more serialized structure, especially the latest series. However, the first season especially, despite being bookended by some amazing episodes, is quite weak in the middle. So while, for example, Emissary is a fantastic pilot and it's followed by Past Prologue, which introduces the character of Garak, which is one of the best introductions to another main character, and then it has some other great episodes dotted in there, such as A Man Alone and Duet, which I spoke about earlier, the one with Maritza and Kira. The rest of season 1 can be a bit muddled. Again, they're kind of trying to find their feet on the characters, and there's some episodes which are clearly not designed for a space station but have been rewritten to incorporate it. So I'd say probably watch Emissary, get a good feel for the characters, watch Past Prologue, and then maybe skip to Duet and In the Hands of the Prophets at the end of the first season. Watch a bit of season 2, get a bit more familiar with it, then maybe go back to season 1 if you want to. But I would recommend Deep Space Nine in its entirety. Most of the episodes I've cited from it in this podcast are phenomenal to watch. If you didn't want to start with season 1, I'd suggest probably the best place to start beyond that would probably be in season 4. I wouldn't suggest the episode Way of the Warrior, which is the pilot for season 4. I said pilot, the first episode for season 4. It's a feature-length one. It features an incredible space battle, introduces Worf to the cast, does some brilliant stuff. Instead, I'd use the following episode, which is The Visitor. I mentioned it earlier, didn't really speak about it. It features Jake Sisko as an older man having lost Ben. And Jake in this episode is portrayed by both Cyril Lofton, who played the role at the time, but as an older man, he's portrayed by Tony Todd, most famous for his role as Candyman. Tony Todd is phenomenal in the role of Jake, and the story is very emotional and quite tragic, and it's a beautiful one to watch. Very emotional, and gives you, I think, the best look at Sisko and Jake's relationship, which is obviously such a key driving point of Deep Space Nine and a lot of Sisko's character, that it becomes a very important one. Star Trek Voyager, again, Caretaker, the pilot episode is absolutely phenomenal. I think it sets out who the characters are very, very well. Unfortunately, I don't think most of season 1 following that is anywhere near as strong. There are some episodes that I do like within season 1. The episode Jetrel, for example, which features Neelix confronting the creator of a weapon that destroyed his homeworld. It's kind of a Hiroshima allegory. It's not done as well as it could be, but it's done very well. And the guest actor, James Sloyan, has appeared in multiple roles throughout Star Trek and does a brilliant job in Jetrel, just as he does in his other appearances. Beyond that, obviously the obvious one to recommend is the two-parter Scorpion, which introduces the Borg between season 3 and season 4. Scorpion is a good story, but again, I do think you are missing some large parts of the development of certain characters, and a lot of good episodes in season 2 and season 3. So one I would perhaps start with instead, I think I'd probably suggest the episode Before and After from season 3, which I spoke about earlier, the Kez episode. And then maybe from there, once that sort of familiarizes you with the cast and crew, maybe just start through season 2 and work from there. You might miss some of the episodes essential to the development of Seska, who is the main recurring enemy throughout the first 3 seasons. But I think her episodes do a good job of pretty much catching you up whenever she reappears. So, and season 2 is where her plot becomes a lot more important than it was before. So yeah, I'd stick with that one. Enterprise, again, the pilot Broken Bow does a pretty good job of introducing the cast. Season 1 and season 2 aren't terrible, but they're definitely not as good as the show became in its run in season 3 and season 4. I think, and the thing with Enterprise is I think it's a very different take on Star Trek, especially at the start. So I would probably still recommend starting with Broken Bow and continuing from there. However, if you did want to skip some of the more less received elements of the show, starting from the season 2 finale Xindi and doing the entirety of season 3, catching that serialized plot that I mentioned earlier with the Xindi is a great story arc and will catch you up pretty much on everything you need to know regarding the characters, and is also where most of the characters get some of their key development throughout the series. Season 4 tends to be broken into story arcs of episodes, sort of 2 to 3 episode story arcs. Some are better than others, but they're generally all pretty good. Discovery, season 1 was a bit poorly received. I quite liked it, but I do think the take, the story of the Klingon War is perhaps not the most interesting. However, halfway through the series, the ship ends up in the Mirror Universe, which is a recurring element within Star Trek. And the Mirror Universe episodes, there's been Mirror Universe episodes from the original Star Trek Mirror Mirror in the original series, through Deep Space Nine, had several. In a Mirror Darkly, which was a 2-parter in Enterprise Season 4. And then, so in the timeline, the Discovery episodes take place between In a Mirror Darkly and the original series episode Mirror Mirror. They're very good. the Mirror Universe episode arc was very good, and I think it took a while to get there, but once you did, I think that became the saving grace for season 1 of Discovery. It's a very, very good set of episodes to binge watch. I think Discovery, especially season 1, works very, very well on a binge. Season 2 sort of does a bit of a soft reboot because of introducing a new story arc and the new captain in Pike. But it is quite dependent on a lot of things from season 1. Discovery season 3 with the time jump again is a bit more of a soft reboot, and a bit more of a definitive reboot than the transition from season 1 to season 2. So if you are struggling perhaps with season 1 and season 2, then yeah, give season 3 a try. I think season 3 is a lot more of an optimistic take than season 1 and 2 were. I would say just start watching Discovery at season 1. If you are struggling with season 1, skip to I think about episode 9 it is, with the Mirror Universe arc. If you're still struggling with it, just skip to the start of season 2 and go from there. And again, if you're still struggling with season 2, although I don't think you would be because season 2 is a marked improvement, then again, just skip to season 3. I think if after that you're still not enjoying Discovery, maybe Discovery is just not for you. Lower Decks is more episodic and is just brilliant. I strongly recommend the first episode, Second Contact, as the perfect introduction to it, and then just go from there. And with Picard, I think for Picard you need to be more familiar with the character from Next Generation. I think if anything, there's certain things from his previous existence that you need to be aware of going into Picard. Such as the events of Star Trek Nemesis, the events of Best of Both Worlds. So Picard, I would suggest more if you're a fan of that character, rather than starting straight from there. Season 2 might be different, I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's what I'd recommend if you're sort of new to Star Trek, or maybe wanting to experience some things that you haven't seen yet. There's tons of guidelines on the web to the best episodes of Star Trek, the best episodes to introduce new people to. And like I said, my own biases towards Deep Space Nine are probably showing. But yeah, the original series and Next Generation especially are the two most beloved parts of the franchise, and definitely the two most well known. So from pop culture especially, you're going to know things from those shows. You're going to have an idea of who the characters are. So yeah, just the best thing you can do is just look on Netflix or whatever your streaming app of choice is. Look through episode descriptions, find one that you think sounds interesting, and just press play. Worst case scenario, you're not going to understand who the characters are. Best case scenario, you're going to watch a great episode of TV with a pretty good science fiction adventure storyline. And that's Star Trek. Hello, my friends. Garhdo from 2022 here again to interject in this episode. In the original audio version of this podcast, this episode ends with me discussing the then recent trailers that were released on Star Trek's anniversary last year. So the trailers for the then upcoming Discovery Season 4, Star Trek Prodigy, Star Trek Picard Season 2, Strange New Worlds, and I think there was a mid-season trailer for Lower Decks Season 2. Now, if you still wish to hear my thoughts on those trailers at the time, obviously you can still find them in podcast form. But I thought now that some of the shows are actually out, I might perhaps give some of my thoughts for the franchise as a whole.
The only problem is there was a bit of a kerfuffle earlier in the year when Discovery started airing. Well, I believe it was late last year, where Discovery was pulled from Netflix, where it releases in territories outside of America, outside of North America. It was pulled from them at late notice. It was literally a week or so before the cast was still doing cons, and it was pulled. And we were being told that it would then be released on Paramount Plus, as it is in America, which is fine, except Paramount Plus doesn't exist in these territories yet. So obviously I'm in the UK. We got told that Discovery would be airing in America, and we would get it when Paramount Plus launches in the new year. As it is, it's now April 2022 at the time of recording this. Paramount Plus still hasn't released over here, and Discovery Season 4 has finished in North America. By all accounts, it was a very, very good season. A lot of things that I was hoping to see happen. Exploring this new 32nd century. Giving the crew members a bit more focus. I've heard that Oyo and Detmer got a bit more focus than they have had previously. Even things like rebuilding the Federation after the burn, and there was a cameo from Stacey Abrams, formerly of the US House of Representatives, playing the President of Earth. And I just think that's great. And brilliant, and sounds like everything I wanted from how Discovery is evolving as a show. And next year, Discovery is getting season 5. So Discovery is going to be the first show since Enterprise to get a fifth, well, since Voyager, in fact, to get a 5th season, because Enterprise was cancelled at season 4. And that's incredible, but I still haven't been able to see that show legally. It was released over here on Pluto TV, but in specific time slots. And I missed those time slots due to work. So I've been unable to watch the show legally. And I don't want to pirate it. I'm waiting for the Blu-ray release to hopefully buy it then. So I think that's just a mishandling of everything. The same was true of Star Trek Prodigy. That never made its way over here. It's going to be released on Paramount Plus when that launches. So again, Prodigy, which is more of a child-focused animation, features some very well-designed characters. It seems to be making full use of animation as a medium to explore these characters who do look very, very non-human. Non-humanoid in some cases, which I love. I think that's absolutely brilliant. And does seem to have some episodic adventures as well as a grand story, and is doing some truly all ages content. But again, that's not been released over here, so I can't give my actual definite views on it. Everything I've seen of it looks incredible, and I'm very much looking forward to watching it. This crew of kids who have ended up on a Starfleet ship, aided by an AI hologram of Catherine Janeway. Yeah, that seems like a brilliant show, and the voice cast looks impressive as well. So hopefully it's really good. I know a lot of people have responded very positively to it. Despite it being marketed as a kids show. But as I said in a previous episode, that's just how animation seems to be marketed in the West. It's either specifically for kids or it's specifically for adults. They don't seem to have all ages animation, despite the fact that so many projects work so well for an adult fan base as well as kids. Like Star Wars, for example. Star Wars has been doing the Clone Wars for years. The Clone Wars was a all ages property when it was released. It was more marketed towards kids, obviously. And so was Rebels when that came out. But if you look at something like The Bad Batch very much knows it's got adult fans and caters to them. So Prodigy seems to be filling in that sort of niche for Star Trek, which is great. Strange New Worlds is getting more and more trailers now. We're approaching the release date. Again, it's going to be on Paramount Plus over here. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm hoping it's going to take on a more episodic nature, rather than the series-long plot arcs that we've seen for Picard and Discovery. Whether it will or not, I don't know. For example, they've recently made the announcement that a new actor is going to be playing Jim Kirk in season 2. So I hope it's still going to be episodic. It's got a very interesting cast of characters. There's a few younger characters from the original series played by new actors. So, for example, Uhura is on the ship as a cadet. There is Christine Chapel as a nurse, Dr. Mbenga, who was a surgeon seen in several episodes of the original series, in episodes where DeForest Kelley didn't appear, but they needed a doctor. Notable for being a black doctor, obviously. And he was very, very good. Great character. And he seems to be the chief medical officer of the Enterprise under Pike in this show, which is great, and I'm really looking forward to that. So I'm really hoping the show is as good as it looks, and there's definitely things I'm intrigued by. We've got a blind actor playing an Anar character, which I think is tremendous for representation. We've got a security chief who shares her name with Khan Noonien Singh, one of the greatest villains Star Trek has ever had. So exploring that character and any potential connections that they have with Khan is going to be very interesting. I say they because I'm not sure what gender pronouns the character has. They're presenting in a very androgynous kind of look. So I'm using they to be on the safe side. But yeah, on the whole, I'm very, very excited for Strange New Worlds. It looks amazing. However, I have seen, obviously, the second season of Lower Decks and Picard Season 2, which are airing on Amazon Prime over here. Lower Decks, for me, is fantastic. It's definitely improved if you are a fan of Star Trek, if you get all these little references that they make. But I do think it's a thoroughly enjoyable show without it. It adds quite a lot to the mythology of Star Trek, but in a very irreverent way. Someone on Twitter once said, I pity all the poor people at Memory Alpha, which is the Star Trek wiki, having to try and make sense of the things that Lower Decks adds to the canon. Because yeah, it does just it's very irreverent, but it's centered around a very good cast. Boimler in season 2 ended up becoming probably my favorite character, where he had a great speech in one of the episodes about how, what Star Trek should mean. It was very meta, but he was talking about what Starfleet should mean, how it should be, how there's nothing wrong with the quieter, more zany adventures that the zany and quiet sounds like an oxymoron, but it's not. The more calmer adventures that you got in things like Next Generation and the original series, because that's what made Star Trek Star Trek. That's what everyone fell in love with. Next Generation became a quintessential viewing experience because it was like, everything returned to a status quo at the end of the episode. You could pick up each episode and get taken on an interesting adventure, grounded by these very strong characters. And then the adventure would end and everything would be back to normal in time for the next one. It was fantastic. And And I think honouring that and honouring what Star Trek was isn't something that we should lose sight of, even while hunting the new stuff. Talking of the new stuff and the more elaborate action set pieces and the thrust and the story and the high stakes drama, Picard season 2. It's currently released up to episode 5 or 6, I believe. I've seen the first 3 episodes, and I've quite enjoyed it. I have enjoyed it. It's very good. I thought from the trailer that perhaps they might reference some of the things, such as the Sanctuary District from the Deep Space Nine episode Past Tense, which was set in 2024 as well. Because there was a shot in the early trailer of this giant homeless camp in Los Angeles, modern day Los Angeles, because the crew are travelling back to 2024. However, that's not the case. It's just more of a commentary on modern day America. I think they use the line of how you can have such hope and such despair existing in stark contrast. Because Star Trek has very much always been of its time, at the same time as it's looking forward. Like the 60s Star Trek was referencing a more hopeful future based on a 60s vision. Ditto with the 80s and 90s Star Trek with Voyager, Deep Space Nine, through to Enterprise. And then with the modern day Star Trek, it's very much reflecting our modern sensibilities and hoping for a brighter future based on that. That's why, for example, we have more inclusion of LGBT people in modern Star Trek than we do in previous eras. And it was because in previous eras, a lot of queer people didn't necessarily have the rights that they do now, or the recognition that they do now. So it's good, and I'm enjoying it so far. I'm very curious of the greater plot. It sees the return of Q, who was Picard's main nemesis, and is apparently going to lead directly into season 3, which has already been filmed as well, ready for next year. So I think after season 3 they're talking about leaving Picard. So I'm hopeful at that, because that seems that they have a very definite story in mind. So I'm hoping it's a good one. But on the whole, from what I've seen so far, I'm very much enjoying it. So if you've listened to all that, hopefully you've enjoyed hearing me ramble about Star Trek. I heartily would recommend Star Trek to anyone. I think no matter what you're interested in, there is a Star Trek story for you. The question might be just finding the right one. Yeah, I think there's something in Star Trek for everyone. So yeah, go and have a look and see what grabs your fancy. You know, whether it's a film, whether it's just that one episode that you like. You hate the rest, but you love that one episode. That's fine. You know, no one has to become a full-on Trekkie off the back of this episode, but Star Trek has endured as long as it has for a reason. And I think it's because it is worth enjoying. It is worth appreciating. So yeah, give it a look. You never know, it might be for you. Until next time, my friends, look after yourself, look after your mental health. Take care. Thank you, my friends, for once again joining me on Garhdo Goes Geek. Your continued support for this podcast means the absolute world to me, and I am grateful for every single one of you who stays and listens to one of my episodes. It means the absolute world.
Now, if you would like to engage more with me or the podcast, we have a Discord community, small but growing, and we now have commissions open on Ko-Fi. So if there's a topic you would like to see me cover, you can pay me to cover it. All funds will be used for legal purchase of the relevant items where I do not have them. Have a look on the link tree for more information. Until next time, look after yourselves.